Hey guys, welcome to this video on Scala tutorial for beginners. So first of all, what is Scala? So the name Scala is an acronym for scalable language. And Scala is a modern multi-paradigm programming language designed to express common programming patterns in concise, elegant, and type-safe way. So Scala is a scalable programming language for component software with the focus on patterns like abstraction, composition, and decomposition, and not on primitives. Now, Scala was written by a developer called Martin Odresky, who is from Switzerland at EPFL. Before writing Scala, Odresky formerly worked on generic Java and Java-C and Sun's Java compiler. Scala is a statically typed language as Java, but it's a little bit different from Java. Now first we need to understand what is statically typed language. So in statically typed language, a variable has a type and can hold only values of that type, right? So if you need to declare a variable, you need to declare its type also, right? You must specify type for every variable. That means type error are caught by compiler and not at runtime. So Scala is also statically typed, but it uses type interfacing, that is, it figures out the type so you don't have to figure them out. So the good thing about Scala is less typing, more fun, and type errors are caught by compiler. But the bad thing is you need to be familiar with more kind of error messages. Now Scala runs on JVM, that is Java Virtual Machine, and it's fully interoperable with Java. That means you can use any Java code in Scala and you can use Scala code in Java also. Now Scala has the functionalities of object-oriented language as well as functional language, and also it has dynamic features. That means Scala blends object-oriented and functional programming in a statically typed language. Now if you're thinking about the speed of Scala compared to Java, it's almost as fast as Java programs, and it has an advantage of having a shorter code. So Odresky, who was the inventor of Scala, reports 50% reduction in most code over Java. So if you are using Scala over Java, you can write less and achieve more. And also Scala have fewer errors. You may have encounter null pointer problems in Java, but there is no null pointer exceptions or problems in Scala. Scala is also more flexible, so if you want to write multiple classes in one file, you can do so in Scala. So why learn Scala? The simple answer is because Scala is practical. So Scala can be used as a drop-in replacement of Java, as we have already discussed in the previous slide. So you can use your Java code in your Scala code and also the vice versa. So you can use Scala code in Java code also. That means you can write mixed Scala/Java projects. The next advantage is you can use Java libraries in your Scala code. So if you want to use different libraries which are already defined in Java, you can import them in your Scala code and use them. The next advantage is you can use different Java tools to develop your Scala code. So for example, you can use Ant, Maven, JUnit, etc. And you can also use SBT, which is a popular tool for writing Scala applications. Now it has a decent IDE support also, so you can create your Scala project on a NetBeans IDE or an IntelliJ IDE, or Eclipse also supports Scala project. Scala also have a Scala IDE available on internet. So this is a Eclipse based IDE, which is a Scala IDE. you can download from internet for developing your Scala projects. So if you are a Java developer or a C++ developer or a Ruby developer, there are few advantages of using Scala over these languages. So let me list few of them. So you can get the power of the platform independency of Java libraries, but without the boilerplate and verbose code. So if you are using Java, you need to create many boilerplates for many functions, for example, getters and setters and whatnot. And you need to write a verbose code. But in Scala, you can write the same code in fewer number of lines. So if you are writing the same code as you are writing in Java, for example, you will achieve the same goal in fewer number of lines. Next is you will get the simplicity and productivity like Ruby, but with static typing and compiled bytecode. In addition, when you are using Scala, you will get the functional goodness and concurrency support like Haskell, but without complete paradigm shift and with the benefits of object-oriented programming. Now, what I find especially attractive in all of its magnificent features, among other, is that most of the object-oriented design patterns which require lots and lots of boilerplate code, for example, in languages like Java, are supported natively in Scala. For example, singleton pattern are available via object. Adopter and decorator patterns are available via traits and implicits. Visitor pattern is available via pattern matching, and strategy pattern is available via closures, for example. And finally, there is a full interoperability with well-supported Java platform. So you can mix Java and Scala in both directions. And there is not much penalty nor compatibility problems when switching to Scala after having experienced the annoyance of Java, which makes code hard to maintain when you write lots and lots of Java code. So this was a brief introduction about Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, I'm going to give you a brief introduction about SBT. So first of all, what is SBT? So SBT, which stands for Scala Build Tool and which is formerly used to be known as Simple Build Tool, is an open source build tool for Scala and Java project. Now, first of all, we need to understand what is a build tool. So a build tool provides a facility to compile, run, test, and package your projects. And SBT is such tool. Now, in the category of build tools, you may have previously known Java, Maven, or Ant, and SBT falls in the same category. Now, if you are familiar with C, Make is such a build tool also. Now, SBT is a modern build tool. While it is written in Scala and provides many Scala convenience, it is a general purpose build tool. So you can create, for example, Java projects also with SBT, and it's really popular as a build tool for creating and maintaining Scala projects. That's why it is a de facto build tool for Scala. Now, when you will visit Scala official website also, they recommend SBT as a build tool. And when you will install SBT on your operating system, you don't need to install Scala separately. So if you have SBT installed, then you will be able to build and run Scala project automatically on your operating system. Now let's talk about some of the most important features about SBT. So SBT have native support for compiling Scala code. As you already know that SBT is written in Scala, SBT uses Apache Ivy for dependency management. That means it also can support the Maven format repositories. So if you want to use Maven format repositories in your Scala project, SBT will enable you to do that. Now, SBT works on the principle of only update on request model that we will see later when we will create our Scala project using SBT. Now SBT has full Scala language support for creating tasks, and also if you want to create mixed Java and Scala projects, SBT supports that also. Now when you install SBT, it comes with REPL or read eval print loop. Now REPL is a simple interactive computer programming environment that takes a single input, evaluates them and return the result. So if you want to test any small functionality about Scala, REPL or read eval print loop will help you immensely. So these are some of the most important features about SBT. Now in the next video, I'm going to show you how you can install SBT on your operating system. Hey guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can download and install SBT or Scala build tool on your Windows operating system. Installing SBT is a two-step process. First of all, you need to install Java on your system, and then we will be able to install SBT on our system. And if you have installed SBT on your system, you will be able to create and maintain Scala project on your Windows 10 operating system. You don't need to install Scala separately if you already have SBT. So let's get started. So first of all, you just need to open your favorite browser and search for Java JDK. And then the first link which will appear here will be from oracle.com. So just click that link. And once you are in the Oracle website, you will be able to see this kind of web page. And here you can see it says Java SE Development Kit 8 downloads. Now you just need to scroll down, and first of all you just need to accept license agreement. So you just need to check this radio button. So just select this radio button first of all, and once you accept license agreement, we will be able to download the executable file for Windows for JDK, right? So in our case, we will be downloading the executable for Windows x64, which is a 64-bit operating system. So this is the last option. So I'm going to select this last option, which is for Windows x64, and it's a executable file. So I'm going to just click on this exe file, which is going to start the download, right? So I have already downloaded this executable file. So I'm going to just cancel this download for now, and I will directly go to the location where I have downloaded this. And let me minimize the browser also. And it's an executable file, so you just need to double click on it. And first of all, you will be able to see this kind of user account control warning. You just need to click yes here, and I'm going to minimize this window. And now you will be able to see this kind of installation wizard. You don't need to do much here. You just need to click next and leave everything as default. And note this location, this is important. So this will be installed in your C folder, and inside your C folder, it will be installed in the program files, and then there will be a Java folder created, and then Java JDK folder will be created. So this will be the default location. Leave it as default. I'm going to just click next, and now the installation of Java will start. By the way, let me show you how you can check whether Java is already installed on your system or not. So for that, you can right click on this window icon here. So right click and then open the command prompt. And once the command prompt is open, you can just type Java C here and then press enter. And if it says Java C is not recognized as an internal or external command, that means Java is most probably not installed on your system, right? So for now, I'm going to close this terminal, and we will check it again once this installation is finished. And now you will be able to see this kind of window which says destination folder. As we have already discussed earlier, if you don't have any good reason to change the location of the JRE, just leave it as default and then click next and wait for the installation to complete. And now I can see this message which says Java SE Development Kit 8 update successfully installed. That means Java is already installed on my system, and now I just need to set the environment variable for Java and JRE and also the Java home, and then I will install the SBT. So I'm going to click this close button, and now I will right click on this Windows button once again, and this time I will just select control panel, and let's see where Java is installed. So just open the folder explorer also, and then click on my PC or this PC, and then go to the C directory here, and inside the C directory we will just browse to the program files, and here you will be able to see Java folder, and here you will be able to see these two folders. One is for JDK and another is for JRE. Okay, so I'm going to just minimize this for now, and in your control panel you just need to select the system and security. So just select this option which says system and security, and then select this option which says system, and once system opens, on the left hand side you will be able to see advanced system settings. So just click this option which says advanced system settings, and then once this advanced system settings opens, here you just need to go to this option which says environment variables, and under environment variables we are going to go to the system variables first of all, and then we will select the path variable. So just search for path variable. You can see on the left hand side path is written, and then either double click on it or you can just click edit also. Okay, so I'm going to click edit on the path variable. Now we will just open the folder where Java is installed. So go to the JDK folder first of all inside your Java folder, and then go to the bin folder, and then just copy this path, the whole path, and then just create new. So in your environment variable just press new and then paste this path and then press enter, and same we will do for the JRE folder. So go back to the Java folder once again, and then this time go to the JRE folder and then bin folder, and then copy this path up to bin, and then create new and then paste the path of the JRE. Okay, so we have pasted the path of JDK bin folder and JRE bin folder. Now click OK, which is going to set the environment variable, and now we are going to set the Java home environment variable. So for the Java home environment variable, we will set it in the user variable at the top. Okay, so under this section just click new, and then just write capital Java underscore home. So everything in capital, and Java and home are separated by this underscore. And now open the folder once again Java, and this time you just need to select the JDK folder, and then up to JDK folder path you just need to copy this. So you don't need to go to the bin folder this time for the JDK. You just go to the JDK folder, copy this path from the top, and then paste it there in your variable value for the Java home. So variable name Java home, variable value is the folder path up to Java JDK, and then click OK, and then click OK, and then click OK, and you can close this window. Now once again we are going to go to the Windows button here and right click on it, and once again we are going to open the command prompt here. So just click command prompt, which is going to open the command prompt, and in here you just need to write Java C once again. So Java C together, and then press enter, and now you can see there is a big list of commands which are printed here, and it says usage, Java C options, and source file. So Java C command is used to compile the Java source files, so it's showing us the correct usage of Java C. So that means Java is already installed on our system, and now we just need to install the SBT. So let's go to the browser once again, and this time search for Scala download, And the first link which will appear here will be this website called scala-lang.org/download. So just click this link and we are in the download section of the scala-lang.org website. So just scroll a little down, and in here you will be able to see these options, these two options to install Scala, right? So you can see the first step is to install Java JDK, which we have already done, right? And then the next step is to install Scala. There are two ways of installing Scala on the official website of Scala. One is to download IntelliJ if you are a fan of IDEs, and other is to download SBT if you are comfortable with command line tools, right? So we are going to choose this option, which is the second option. So just click download SBT, and this will redirect us to the SBT website. So scala-sbt.org/downloads, right? And then there is a Windows MSI file to download here. So you can see Windows, and under that there is a red button here which says SBT 1.0.1.msi. We will download this file, which is a MSI file, which is a installable file, and once this download is complete, we are going to install it. So now the MSI file is downloaded, so I'm going to double click on this MSI file and I'm going to minimize the browser, and first of all I will be able to see this kind of setup window. So I will click next here, and I will just accept the terms and conditions and click next. Now I will see this window, and here I can see the path where SBT will be installed. So this is the default location, so I don't have the good reason to change it, so I will leave it as default, and I'm going to click next once again, and then I'm going to click install, and now SBT is installed on my system. So I'm going to just click finish here, and now I will browse to a folder where SBT is installed. So I will go to the C directory, and in the C directory go to program files x86, and here you will be able to see this SBT folder, and inside the SBT folder there are three folders. We want to go inside the bin folder, and then we want to just copy this path and set as an environment variable. Okay, so just go inside the SBT folder, and in the SBT just open the bin folder. Okay, and once again I'm going to right click on the window option here and then click the control panel, and once the control panel is open, I'm going to go to the system and just click system here, and then click advanced system settings once again, and then once again go to the environment variables, and once again just double click on this path variable and just paste this path if it's already not there. Okay, so by default this installer is supposed to set your environment variable. So I can see directly this environment variable already set here, but if it doesn't set this environment variable, you just need to create new one and paste the bin folder path for SBT. So in my case it's already there, so I'm going to just click OK, and I'm going to just close everything. Okay, so let me close everything, and now I'm ready to create my first Scala project using SBT. So for that I'm going to once again open the command prompt, and now in the command prompt I'm going to just create a folder in which I want to create this SBT project. So in here I'm going to create a folder. You can create a folder using mkdir command. So I'm just going to write mkdir, for example, SBT or Scala samples, for example. So I'm going to just write Scala samples and then press enter, and once I do this I can see the same folder in my folder explorer also. So here in my C directory, so I'm going to go to my C directory, and inside my C directory I'll go to the users and whatever your username is, and I can see this Scala sample directory is created. So you can either just copy this path and cd to this path. So I can just do this also, cd and that path where this directory is created, or you can cd directly to this Scala samples, right? Now once you reach to the Scala samples directory, you just need to create a project folder here. So I'm going to just write SBT proj for SBT project, and before this I'm going to just write mkdir and then space, okay, which is going to create a directory called SBT projects for me, okay. And then I'm going to do cd SBT project, so SBT proj, okay. So once you are in SBT project directory, you will be able to verify it from here also. So you can see under SBT samples I have SBT projects directory, and here I will create my first Scala project using SBT. Now even though my project directory is empty, I can give this SBT command. So I'm going to just give SBT command and then press enter, and for the first time it's going to take some time to download the necessary files and directories. You can see it's downloading necessary files and directories related to our Scala project. SBT also compiles your current project if it's already there, but in our case there is no project, so it's just going to download the necessary files related to SBT installation. So now the downloading of the necessary files for SBT is finished, and now our installation for the SBT is also finished. And now you will be able to see this kind of command prompt, and this means that we are ready to work with Scala and SBT on our Windows operating system. So for now I'm going to just exit this command prompt, and in the next video I'm going to show you how you can use SBT in more detail. Just give exit and then press enter, and you will come out of this SBT command prompt. So this is how you can install SBT and Scala on your Windows 10 operating system.
Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In the last video we have seen how to install SBT on our Windows operating system. Now in this video we will learn how to use data types and variables in Scala. Now in this video and some of the next few videos, I will be showing you how to use Scala terminal or Scala interpreter or Scala REPL, or you can also say Scala read eval print loop, right? So you will be familiar with some terminal commands also, and you will see how you can use Scala interpreter, and later we will install some kind of a IDE to work with our Scala code. So let's start with how to use Scala REPL. So we already know that we have installed SBT. So just create a directory in which you want to create your project, for example. Now we already know that Scala is not an interpreted language, it's a compiled language, right? So whatever code, even if you use REPL or REPL to declare your variables, they will be eventually converted to a class file, and then they will show the result, right? So for that you just need to create a folder in which you want to create or use this Scala REPL. So for example, I created a folder called variables. So right now my current working directory is this variable folder, and you can see to start with this variables folder is empty for now, right? Now to start your Scala REPL, what you do is you give a command called SBT console. Okay, so just write SBT console and then press enter, and now press enter once again, and now you can see the Scala REPL has been started. Here you can see the version of Scala which it's using. So we are using Scala 2.12.3 right now. So let's talk about the data types which we can use in Scala. So these are some of the basic data types we can use in Scala. So we can use boolean, byte, short, char, int, long, float, double and string as data types. There are some more data types, which are these data types, which are unit, null, nothing, any, and any ref. These are some of the advanced data types, and we will talk about them little bit later. So we can see here Boolean, as you already know, that it can be a true or false value. Byte is a 8-bit signed value. Short is a 16-bit signed value. Char is a 16-bit unsigned Unicode character. Int is 32-bit signed value. Long is 64-bit signed value. And then you have for single precision float or double precision float. And at last we have string, which is a sequence of characters. Now, how we declare variables in Scala. So in Scala, you can declare variables in two ways. So let's see the first way of declaring variables. So the first way of declaring variables is using var. And var, whenever you use var, that means it's a mutable value. That means you can change the value of this variable later. Okay, so mutable variable means you can change the value of this variable later. So you write var, this is a keyword, then you give a name to your variable. For example, I use a simple name a, and then you give the data type after this colon. So then you use colon and the data type. For example, I use int as data type, and then you initialize your value with equals and then whatever number you want to give here. So you use var, a special keyword which indicates that this is a mutable value, then a variable name, then a colon, then a data type, and then equals the value of data type, right? Now you can use this semicolon to end your line of code, or you can leave it without a semicolon. It doesn't matter, right? So when I just press enter and it says a colon int is equal to 12. So this basically means that we have declared a variable called a whose data type is int, and we have assigned the value of 12 to this variable a, right? Now you can do a plus 30, for example, and then press enter, and then you will get the value for this. So 12 plus 30 is 42, and you will see the result. And the result of data type you can see here. And if you are wondering what is this, this is a temporary variable in which your result will be stored. And then at last, this is the sequence which will increase one by one. So result 0, this is a temporary data type, and it will start with res, for example, 0. And when you will evaluate more expressions using this Scala REPL, then you will see this number will increase by 1 every time you do this. So for example, when I do a plus 40 now, then you will see res1. That means this value at last is increased by 1, and this is a temporary result variable which is created by Scala for you. So you can declare a variable like var or mutable variable, and then you can declare a variable as an immutable variable. So for those immutable values, we use a keyword called val, and then your variable name, for example b colon, and then your data type, for example int, and then you initialize your variable, for example 50. Okay, and then press enter, and you can see this variable is declared. Is that when you declare a variable using val keyword, then its value cannot be changed. So this means that value of variable b is constant and it cannot be changed, or it's immutable. That means it cannot be changed. So for example, I use b is equal to 20 now, it will give me the error and it says reassignment to val. On the other hand, when I do a is equal to 20 and then press enter, it's totally fine because we have used a keyword called var before it. That means the variable value can be changed, right? So when you use var, the variable value can be changed. When you use val, the variable value cannot be changed. And now let's see in the folder in which we are working in. So you can see we are working in the variable folder, and earlier it was empty, but when we start our REPL in this folder, there is a folder called target created automatically in this folder, and here all your, for example, intermediate files will be created for Scala, and they will be compiled and they will show the result here on the terminal. So always keep in mind, Scala is not interpreted, it's a compiled language. Now let's say you declare a variable var c colon int, for example, and we are not initializing this value. Okay, so we haven't assigned any value to c, and then we press enter and it says error. That means you need to initialize these value whenever you are using this REPL. Now there is a special feature about Scala, and that is data type recognition by its initialization value. Okay, so for example, I declare a variable c once again, and then I don't give any data type to it. I will just say is equal to true. Let me correct this. It should be true with smaller t. Okay, and then press enter, and then you will see that Scala recognizes the data type by the initialization value. Okay, so for example, you initialize the value is equal to true. That means Scala interprets that it's a Boolean data type. So we can see here Boolean data type is assigned to C here. Now for example, I can declare var d is equal to some number. So for example, let's say I define a number called 12.3. This is a float value, and we say enter. So by default, it recognizes this decimal value as a double data type, right? It doesn't recognizes by default this decimal number as a float value. So if you want to define the variable as a float value, you can just write f here, and now it will recognize this value as a float. Okay, so what this indicates, that Scala interprets its variable data type from the initialization value, whatever we assign as an initial value to a variable. So if we assign true, the data type will be automatically inferred as Boolean, right? If we assign any integer, then data type will be automatically assigned as int. If we use a decimal value, the default data type is double, but we can also declare a float data type with these kind of initial values. Now in Scala, you can use multiple expression using a curly bracket. So for example, I declare an immutable variable x, and then I use these curly brackets, and inside those curly bracket I can declare some variable. For example, val a colon int is equal to 200, and then I can separate those expression by semicolon. So I can declare second variable, for example, val b is equal to 300 and semicolon, and then we can just return the result using the last expression. So for example, we want a plus b here, so we can just write a plus b and then press enter, and you will get 500. And what this means? This means that we have declared two variables. Variable a is equal to 200, variable b is equal to 300. Both are integers, and the last expression returns the result. Okay, so this will add those two values and assign the value to the variable x. Okay, so the final value of x will be 500. Okay, so the last expression is the result which will be returned and assigned to the variable. And it's not necessary that you can declare only two variables here. You can declare any number of variables here, but the last expression will evaluate the result and assign it to this variable. Okay, so for example, if there will be a, b, c variable, and if you want to do the addition of all three variables, then you can do that also. Now I said that you can separate these expression by semicolons. So this is one statement, this is second statement, this is third statement, right? So you can either use semicolon or a next line. So for example, same thing I want to do, so I will do val x is equal to, then curly bracket, and then press enter, and then I can declare a first variable, for example val a is equal to 500 this time, and then press enter, val b is equal to 600 this time, and then press enter, and then we will evaluate these two values, for example a plus b, and then press enter, and then give the ending curly bracket, and once you press enter now, then you will see the result, and result is 1100. That means you can use semicolon as a delimiter or a new line as a delimiter. Now the last thing I want to talk about in this video is the lazy loading or on-demand loading. So generally you declare a variable like this, so val x is equal to 500, and then press enter, and it declares a variable and it allocates the memory for this value, and everything is good. And now for example I want to do some arithmetic operation on this. So for example I do x multiplied by 30, right, and then press enter, and it will give us the result. Okay, now let's say we declare here a list, for example list which contains millions and millions of values, right? So what happens then? That means that we have to upfront allocate that much amount of memory to those millions and millions of values, and this is unrequired or harmful sometimes, because sometimes those variables are not used and that much amount of memory is going into waste or is unused, right? So for that we have a lazy initialization. So what we do, we just write lazy here, and then val x is equal to 500 once again, and then press enter, and you can see this time the value assigned here is lazy. That means this value is not assigned right now, but it will be assigned whenever this is used. So if x is unused, this memory will never be assigned. If this x will be used, for example we are using it to multiply it by 2, then only it will be used, otherwise this memory will not be used. Okay, so this means we are using the value on demand, or this is a lazy initialization. That means whenever the variable is used, at that time it will be initialized and not before that. Okay, so at this time we are using x into 2, that means it will be initialized, and then you will see the answer, which is 1000 here. Okay, so lazy initialization means the value of the variable will only be initialized when it is used. So that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, and subscribe, and bye for now.
Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. So now we have some basic understanding of how Scala REPL works and how data types and variable works in Scala using Scala REPL. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can download and install Scala IDE to develop your Scala code. So let's get started. So just open your favorite browser and search for Scala IDE. Now Scala is an Eclipse based IDE, so you need to have Java installed on your system before installing Scala IDE. So I'm hoping that you have already installed Java on your system. So just go to the first link, which is scala-ide.org, and once the website is open, you will be able to see this kind of download button here. So I'm going to click this download button, and on the downloads page I'm going to just scroll down a little, and here I will be able to see 3 options, one for Windows, other for Mac, and third is for Linux operating system. So we want to install this Scala IDE on our Windows operating system, so I'm going to choose this option, Windows 64-bit. So this is going to download the Scala zip file. So I'm going to wait for this zip file to download, and once it's downloaded, it's really easy. We just need to extract it
and start using Scala. So I will wait for that. So now this zip file is downloaded. So I'm going to go to the folder where I have downloaded this zip file. So this is the zip file which I have downloaded. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and extract this zip file. So I'm going to right click and extract, and then let me extract it to my desktop, for example. Okay, you can choose any folder of your choice where you want to extract this zip file. Okay, so in this case I'm choosing my desktop folder, and I will just say select folder and then extract, and I will wait for the extraction to complete. So now the extraction of that zip file is complete, and that zip file will be extracted as this folder. So this folder will be named as Eclipse. Okay, so as I told you that Scala IDE is a Eclipse based IDE. So the folder which you extract will be extracted as the folder name Eclipse. So just open this folder, and here you will be able to see this Eclipse icon. You just need to double click on this, and I'm going to minimize this. And for the first time when Scala IDE starts, it asks you to give the workspace path. So this workspace is a directory where all your project will be saved, right? Same as Eclipse. So I just want to check this option which says use this as a default folder, right? And I'm going to just click OK now. So now this Scala IDE has been started. I'm going to maximize it, and let's create a project. And then I'm going to go to the file option here and then choose new, and then choose Scala project. And now I'm going to give a name to my Scala project, for example Scala sample. And for now leave everything as default. So we will choose this option which says use an execution environment JRE, and then this option create separate folder for the sources and class files. Okay, and now I'm going to just click finish here. So now on the left hand side I can see my project has been created, and there is a folder called source here, right? So here I'm going to create an object file. So before writing any code, we will go to the Scala website and we will see how the hello world program can be written using Scala from the official website. Okay, so this is the official website, scala-lang.org. I'm going to press on documentation here, and in the document section you will be able to see this kind of documents page. I'm going to select this option which says Scala for Java programmers, and on this Scala for Java programmers page I will scroll down a little, and here I can see the basic hello world code which I can execute using Scala. Okay, so what I need to do, I will create a Scala object file and then use this code to print hello world. So on your Scala project, just right click on the source folder here, so src, right click on that and then select new and then select Scala object. Okay, so we don't want to select Scala class, we want to select Scala object, and I will explain you what Scala object is in a moment. But for now let's give the name to this object. So for example, I will give the name hello world to this object, and then I will just press finish, which is going to create this hello world object file. So you can see this hello world.scala file is created, and we have some code here, right? Now let's increase the font size of this code so you can see it in a better way. So I'm going to click on window here and then press preferences, and in the preferences just select general, and in the general just select editors, and under editors just select text editors, and under text editor you will be able to see at the top colors and font. So I'm going to just click this option, colors and font, and then I'm going to just select text font here, and then I'm going to edit the font here, and right now the font size is 10, so I'm going to make it 16 and click OK and apply and then click OK. So now the font size has been increased. So let's copy the same code from the Scala website, this code. So we already have defined this hello world object, we just need to copy this method under this hello world object. So I'm just going to copy this method under hello world object and then paste it here. And now I'm going to save my code. And let me explain you this code first of all. So you may not be familiar with this keyword object. So what is object? So object is a class, but it already has an instance. So you cannot call a new keyword on this object, right? So as you have seen in Java, whenever you create a class, in order to use it, you need to instantiate it. So you need to create an object of it. And how you create an object of it? Using a new keyword. But this object which you use here in Scala, this keyword, this is already instantiated. So we can say the object keywords create a singleton type, which is like a class that only has one named instance. So you cannot create another instance of an object. Now, if you are familiar with Java, objects serve the same purpose as static method with some additional features. So you use this object keyword and then give a name to your object, and then inside your object you have this method. So in Scala you define methods like this. I'm going to discuss about them in detail later. And then, as we have seen in Java, every Scala project must have at least one and only one main method, and this is how you can pass arguments in this main method. And print line method you can use to print any message. Now, to execute this code, you just need to right click on this file and then choose run as, and then choose Scala application. Okay, so once again, right click on this file and then choose run as, and then choose Scala application. And once you do this, it's going to build your Scala project, and then it's going to print this message. You can see on console hello world is printed. Okay, so this is how you can create your first Scala project. Okay, now if in case you want to use Scala interpreter or Scala REPL, what you can do is you can right click on your project. So select your project name and right click on it, and then select Scala from here. So just select Scala and then choose this option which says create Scala interpreter in Scala sample. Okay, so just select this option which says create Scala interpreter in Scala sample, and now it's going to open this Scala interpreter here. Okay, so for example, we want to execute the same code in Scala interpreter. So I'm going to just copy this code from here and then paste it here, and then I'm going to press enter. So now it says defined object hello world. So when you paste this code, it has defined the object called hello world. So we can use this hello world object here. So just use hello world object and then dot your method name. So our method name is main here. Okay, so inside this object we have only one method which is called main. So we are going to just use it like this. So the object name dot the method name, and what argument it takes an array. Okay, so we will just pass an empty array here. So I'm going to use this bracket, and then I'm going to just use these double quotes here. And once you do that, just press enter, and you can see it prints hello world once again. So in this way you can use Scala interpreter or Scala REPL inside your Scala IDE also. So in this way you can download and install Scala IDE on your Windows operating system. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners, and in this video we will learn how to use string interpolation in Scala. So in Scala, string interpolation means that we want to replace a defined variable in a given string with some value. So let's get started and let's see how we can do it. So for example, I will define a constant variable here. So let's say the variable name is name itself, and I will define a name called Mark, for example. Okay, and I will define one more variable, and the variable name will be age, and the age will be, for example, 18. So I want to print
the name and age of this person using print line. There are a few ways of using these variable inside our print line function, and we will do this using string interpolation. So the first way of doing this is by concatenation. So you can just say, for example, name, the variable name, and then is, and once again this plus symbol, which means concatenation, and then age, and then once again plus symbol, and then double quotes, years old. So this is the first way of using these variable inside this print line function. So you can use this concatenation plus symbol, which means just do the concatenation of this variable plus this constant string plus this age variable and then plus years old. And let's run this code and let's see what happens. And it prints Mark is 18-year-old, right? I can give here space and once again run it, and it will print Mark is 18-year-old. So this is one way of printing your variables using print line. But Scala supports 3 more types of string interpolations, and we will see this right now. So the first way of string interpolation is using s before your string. So for example, I have just used this s character before these double quotes, and then I can just write the dollar symbol and the name, variable name, and then I can just write is, once again dollar symbol, and then age and space years old. Okay, so this is called as string interpolation, and using this kind of interpolation we can directly use these variable using dollar symbols inside the string. So this is called as string interpolation. And when I run the code, let's see what's the result is, and result is the same. The second way of using string interpolation is by using f string interpolation. So this one, this above interpolation is not type safe. So we are using the string variable here also and age variable here also, right? But for example, if we want to construct our string in a type safe manner, we use f string interpolation. So you use f before your string, and then your variable name dollar, and then the variable name, and then you provide the type of that variable. For example, name is of type s, so we provide this percentage s symbol after it, after the variable name. And this kind of string interpolation you have seen in C programming also. So basically by this percentage s, we mean that we want to provide string variable before this $s symbol. Now in the case of age, because age is an integer, we can just provide, for example, $d here. So just write $d for integer, and then we will run the code once again, and it will show us the same result, right? So this kind of string interpolation is called f string interpolation. Now let's say this age would be, for example, 18.5, right? So this becomes the decimal value or a float value, and now this notation will give us error, so it will not even compile, and it says type mismatch found, double required. And for double or float we can use f symbol here, and then you can see this error is gone. So this one is type safe, so we provide specifically what type of variable we want to print here. Okay, now the next type of string interpolation is called raw interpolation. So let me give you an example. So I will just write print ln, and then here I will just write for example hello world, and I want to print world on the next line, so I will just provide \n for the next line, and here I will just write s. So this is s string interpolation. But for example, I will just use the third kind of string interpolation, which is raw string interpolation, which we can write it like this. So you just use this raw keyword before your string, and let's see what is printed in both the cases. So I'm going to run the code and let's see what happens. So you can see in the result, in the case of raw string interpolation, this \n is not escaped. So it just print this string literally in a raw form. So it doesn't print on the next line this world keyword. It prints all the string literally. But in the case of S string interpolation, the escaping do takes place. That's why the world is printed on the next line. So this is how we can use string interpolation in Scala. One more thing I just want to tell you here is how to comment your code. So you can comment your code as in Java. You can use double forward slashes here to comment your code, or you can use this / asterisk and at the end asterisk / to comment your code. So this double / is used whenever you want to comment one line of code, for example, and this / asterisk / is used when you have multiple lines of comments. If you want to comment multiple lines, then you can use / asterisk /. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can use if-else statements in Scala. Now, if-else can be used as statements and expressions in Scala. So let's see the first way of using if-else as statement, and then we will see how we can use if-else as expressions. So first of all, what is if condition or if statement? So if statement allows us to evaluate a Boolean expression, and based upon the result of this expression, whether it's true or false, we execute some statements. So let me show you an example. So let's say I declare a val x is equal to 20 here, and then I want to evaluate if x is 20 or not, right? So I just use if. And as you have seen in Java or any other normal language, you use if keyword, and then you just use your variable and evaluate it. So for example, I evaluate this condition, which is x is equal to 20 or not. So for equality, we use double equals. So for equality, we use double equals, and then for assignment, we use single equals. So if you do single equal here, that means the assignment of 20 to x, which is not a Boolean condition, right? So you can just use double equals to check equality, right? So you can just write this kind of if statement, and when this statement is true, which is true in our case, we can, for example, execute some statement, for example, print line, right? And then let's say we can just print here in double quotes that x is equal to 20. If x is not equal to 20, we can use else condition. Else is just like if the condition if is not true, then else statement will be executed, right? So I'm going to just copy this and paste it here, and in this case I'm going to just write x is not equal to 20. Let's run our code and let's see the result. So in this case, x is equal to 20, which is true condition in our case. Now let's say we want to assign the result into some variables. So I'm going to declare a variable var, and then res is the variable name, and I'm going to just assign empty string to this response variable. Now when x is equal to 20, I will just assign, for example, this string to response variable x is equal to 20. And if x is not equal to 20, I can just write response is equal to x not equal to 20. And I'm going to remove these print lines. Instead of these print lines, I will just use one print line here, and here I will just print the value of response variable. Okay, so let's run the code and let's see what happens. And it prints x is equal to 20. So normally you have seen in other languages also, if you want to assign some value using if statement, you can do it like this, for example. But Scala allows us to store this value directly using if expressions. So let's see what are if expressions. So what I can do here is I can just do val variable, and I will just write res2 for response 2, and I can just evaluate the same if using an expression. So how we can do it? We can just write x is equal to 20, and we can just write, for example, x is equal to 20, and then we can write else here, and then we can write x is not equal to 20. So x is not equal to 20, and this is valid in Scala. So what is happening here? So we are evaluating the condition here, and if the condition is true, it's going to return this value which we have written after if condition, right? So this will be returned. So the value of result 2 will be x is equal to 20. Otherwise, if the statement is not true, then the value of result 2 will be x is not equal to 20. So let's check for non-equality, let's say like this. Okay, and once again I'm going to just print line the result 2. So I'm going to just write res2, for example, and then run the code, and you can see this time, first of all, it prints x is equal to 20, which is due to this line of code, and in the next line it prints x is not equal to 20, which is using this if expression. Now if you want to format your code in Eclipse, you can just press Ctrl Shift F and your code will be formatted. So what are the advantage of this if expression? You are directly assigning the result into this variable which is constant, right? In the case of statement, you need to declare a variable which is not a constant value, and then you are reassigning the values in this response variable, which is sometimes not useful. Now if you want to directly print this response, you can do something like this also. So you can just write print line, and then using the if expression you can just write this code also. So I'm going to just remove this line, and you can directly print the result of if using this print line, because it's an expression, so it will return the result, right? And the result is passed to the print line argument, and then it will print the result. So let's run the code once again, and result will be same. So you can directly print line the result of if else statement, and the result will be printed. Now as in other languages, you can use for example greater than expressions also. For example, x is greater than or equal to 20, we can check, or x is less than or equal to 20, we can evaluate this condition also. And you can nest these if else conditions. So you can use if condition inside a if condition, or if condition or if else condition inside else conditions also easily, as you may have seen in the other languages. You can also use and or operators in Scala. For example, I will declare one more variable y here is equal to 30, and I can just evaluate it like this. So x, if x is equal to 20, and so and can be written in this way, double and symbols, and then y is equal to 30, then we can print some value. So for example, here I can just write and y equal to 30, right? And save the code and run the code, and it will evaluate and it will print the result. So you can use and operator like this, and then or operators also, right? So and will evaluate the both conditions. So when both conditions are true in the if statement, so x is equal to and y is equal to 30 is true in this expression, then only this will be printed. If one of the condition is false, then the else statement will be executed. But when you are using or with these double pipes, then if will evaluate for only one condition to be true. If one condition from these two conditions is true, then this if statement can be executed, otherwise the else statement will be executed. For example, I will just say y is greater than 30, which is not true in our case, but one condition is true, and I'm going to run the code, and you can see still it goes into the if condition, right? And if the both conditions will be false, for example, I will check x is less than 20 and y is greater than 30, which is false in both the condition, then only the else will be executed, which is x is not equal to 20, for example, or you can print anything here. So this is how you can use if else statements and expressions in Scala.
Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can use while loops and do while loops in Scala. So first of all, what are loops in general? So loops allows us to execute certain code repeatedly as long as a condition is true. So let's see an example of while loop first. So I'm going to just declare a variable which is x is equal to 0. And then we will write the syntax of while loop. Just write a keyword while, and then we use these parentheses and then these curly brackets. And in this parentheses, we give some condition. For example, we want to check whether x is less than 10, then we want to print something. So let's print line x is equal to, and then plus the value of x, and then I'm going to increment the value of x by 1. So I will just write x plus equals 1, which just means that we just want to add 1 to the existing value of x, right? You cannot write x plus plus as you can write in other languages, because it's not allowed in Scala. So you cannot write x plus plus or x minus minus or minus minus x or plus plus x. Those prefix and suffix are not allowed in Scala. So this statement is not valid. Okay, so I'm going to just remove it. And this is just like saying you just want to increment x is equal to x plus 1, right? And I'm going to just run this code and see what's the result. So you can see it prints the value of x from 0 to 9. So what's happening here? So we have declared a variable x is equal to 0. So initial value of x is 0. And then we just reach the while loop condition. And in this condition, we check whether the value of x is less than 10 or not. So here we evaluate some Boolean condition, and until this condition is true, this code inside this while loop will be executed. So at first the value of x is 0, which is less than 10. So that's why this code is going to execute, and then the value of x will increment by 1, and now the value of x will become 1, and then we will loop over this statement once again until this condition is true. So then the value of x is 1, which is less than 10 once again. So then this statement will once again execute until the value reaches 9, right? So value reaches 9, x is equal to 9, which is also true, which is less than 10. This statement will be executed, and then once x becomes 10, then this condition is not true, so we come out of the loop. So the basic need for the while loop here is this condition must match. Until and unless this condition will match, these statement will execute. Otherwise, if this condition is false, the execution will not go inside the while loop. Now let's talk about do while loop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just write do, the syntax of do while loop. You just write a keyword do and then give these curly brackets here, and at last you just write while, and then you give your condition as you have given in the while loop. Okay, so let me declare a variable first of all. So var y equals 0, and then here I will just check the same condition as I have done with the x. So x is less than 10, so I want to just print line. So print line y is equal to
and then concatenate the value of y here. Okay, and then I will increment the value of y by 1 like this, and let's run the code once again. So now let's see the result. So the result is almost same. You can see here the y starts from 0 to 9, right? And until this while loop condition is met, this code in do while will execute. But the difference between while loop and do while loop is that in do while loop, this code will execute at least once, even if the condition is false. So let's say we just say that we are checking whether y is less than 0, right? And in our case, y is equal to 0. So this condition is not met. So we will hope that this will not execute. But in do while loop, this will execute at least once. So in do while, the code execution first of all goes here. So it executes this code inside the do while loop and then checks the condition. And in while loop, this while loop will first check this condition, and if the condition is true, then only it will go inside the while loop. So let me just run the code once again, and you can see it prints the value of y is equal to 0, even if this while loop condition is false. So this is the simple way of using while loops and do while loops in Scala. It's very similar to Java if you're familiar with Java.
Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use for loops in Scala. So let's get started. First of all, we will see the basic syntax of for loop in Scala, and then we are going to see how to use them. So the basic syntax is you use the for keyword, and then in parentheses you declare a variable, and then you declare this kind of arrow which is pointing towards the variable, and then you give some range. So you give here some range here, and then in the curly brackets you just execute some statements. So something like this. So this is the basic syntax. Now let's see how we can actually use a for loop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to declare a var variable I don't need to declare it like this. For loop will automatically take this I as a variable which is a mutable variable, and then we need to provide a range. So range can be given in this form, for example. So I will give the range between 1 to 5. So what this basically means is we want to provide the range between 1 to 5, and let's say we want to print the value of I. So we can do it something like this: print the value of I using keyword 2. Okay, and then let's print the value and let's execute our code, and let's see if it runs or not. So you can see it prints the value from 1 to 5. So in here, this 2 is a method. So when you hover over this 2, you can see it's a method, and which takes one argument, which is an integer, right? So you can give the range something like this. So this 2 method you apply on integer, so you can just write 1 dot, and then this method take an argument. So you can give this argument like this also, and the result will be the same. So you can see the result will be the same. There is one more method called until you can use with for loop to generate this kind of range. So you can use instead of 2, you can just write until here, and then you just write 6 here instead of 5, because it goes until 6, which is 5. Okay, and once again I will just print the value of I, and you can see the value of I using until. Let me write until here so we will understand which value is coming from where. So you can see 1 to 5 using the 2 method, and 1 to 5 using the until method. You can also write until like this, as we have done with 2 like this, and this will also work. So let me run the code, and the result will be same. So 2 and until are methods which gives us the range. So let me repeat what I said. So this I is a variable, then this arrow which is pointing towards the variable is called the generator, and this 1 to 5 is called the range. Okay, and then inside the for loop you just execute some statement. Now you can also give multiple ranges inside a for loop. So let me show you that also. So I will just copy this for loop and paste it like this, and I will just press Ctrl Shift F to just format my code. And you can do something like this. So 1 to, for example, 9 here, and then using a semicolon you can provide the next range. So for example, I can write J and then this arrow which points towards the J, and then I can just write 1 to 3 here, for example, and then we want to print the value of I and J. So I'm going to just give a space here and then print the value of J here, right? So let me give a space here and let me just run the code once again, and you can see it prints the value of I and J from here. So you can see the result here: 1 1, 1 2 and 1 3. So 1 2 3 is the value of J, and 1 1 1 is the value of I. So it's like a nested loop, and after this range is exhausted, this J starts again. So the value of J starts from 1 2 3 again, 1 2 3 again, and the value of I goes until 9. So it's like a nested loop. I must write multiple ranges here, okay, because we are providing multiple ranges here. Now you can use for loop to iterate over lists also. Lists we haven't learned yet, but I just want to show this example to you. So for example, I declare a val lst for list, and then let's just create this list. So is equal to list, which is a keyword, and using this keyword we can create a list. So for example, 1 2 3 4, or any number, 5 6. So these are the numbers I'm giving here, and then this creates a list, and this list I can provide instead of this range. So I can just write I using list here. So this is a list we have created, and then this for loop will iterate over this list and print every member of the list. So 1 2 3 5 4, it will print like this. Okay, so let's run the code and let's see what happens. So you can see it prints the member of the list. So you can use for loop over lists also. Now you can use for loop for filtering purpose also. So for example, we have this list. I'm going to just copy this for loop once again and paste it here, and I will format my code, and here I can give a if condition for filtering out my output. So I will just give the semicolon here, and then I will just write if the value of for example I is less than, so if value of I is less than 6, then only I want to print the value of I. Okay, so this is the condition I want to validate, and if I is less than 6, then only the value of I will be printed. So let me just write here filters, using filters, and let me run the code and let's see what happens. So you can see it prints 1 2 3 5 4 5, but whatever value in the list is greater than 6, it will not print. So for example, this value is 6, so we are just validating less than 6, so until 5, right? So it will not print 6 or 76 or 9 or this value 6, so it will just filter out these values, right? So you can use if to filter out the values also. Now in the previous videos I have told you you can use if conditions as statements and expressions. Same you can do with the for loops also. So till now we have seen how we can execute this for loop as a statement. Let's see how we can just execute these for loops as expressions also. So I will just copy and paste this for loop once again, So for using this for loop as an expression, what I need to do is I need to give here a curly bracket instead of parenthesis. So instead of parenthesis, I will use the curly bracket, and then I will just write yield here. Okay, and whatever value I want to return from here, I can write inside the if statement. So for example, I want to return the square of I, for example. So I will just something like this, and then I want to store the result in some variable. So I can just write val here, result, and then equals, and then we can print the value of result using print line. So just write print line, and then we will just print the value of result. So result equals the value of result, which is this one, and let's see what happens when we run the code. So you can see the result is a list, so it's giving us the square of the result. So earlier the filter was something like this. So the result of 1 squared is equal to 1, then 2 squared, 3 squared, and the value of square of 5 and square of 4, and once again the value of square of 5. Okay, so it gives us the list of the results. So if you want to use for loop as an expression, you use this keyword yield, and instead of parentheses you use these curly brackets. Okay, if you just want to remove these semicolon here, you can do this also using this curly bracket. So this is a good thing in this curly bracket, that you can remove this semicolon, which you have to use in the case of this parenthesis. Okay, so in the curly bracket you can just remove this semicolon and the code will work just fine. So let me run the code and it runs fine. Okay, so this is how you can use for loop in Scala. Hey guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can use match expressions in Scala. So in Scala, match expressions can be used to select between a list of alternative, just like if or multiple if conditions. So let's see how we can use it. So for example, I declare a variable called age, for example, and then let's say age is 18, and then we can just use match statement. Let me show you first of all how we can use it. So you can give the argument name first of all. So age is the argument name, and then the keyword match, and then you give these curly brackets. So just give these curly brackets, and then you give case keyword, and then what is the case. So for example, the value of age is equal to 20. So you write this 20, and then you use this kind of rocket symbol, and then for example whatever you want to do. So for example, you want to print the age, you can just write print line and then the value of age, for example, if you want to print it. Okay, so just write age here. So in this way you can give multiple cases. If you are aware of some other languages, select may look like these match expressions, right? So for example 18 I will write here, and then I will write 30, 40 and 50, for example. Okay, and let's save the code and let's run it. And because the value of age is 18, it's going to print 18, right? If the value of age will be 20, it's going to print 20. So in match statement we just pass our argument first of all, and then use a keyword, and then whatever case this variable fulfills, that statement will be executed. Now you may say that, for example, I will write 100 here, which doesn't match any condition. So what will happen then? So let's run the code, and you can see it will give us this kind of error, right? So to catch the default condition, what we can do here is we can just write for example here underscore symbol, which means the default case. Okay, so underscore means the default case, which means the variable value doesn't match any case, right? So we can just write default here. Okay, and then let's run the code once again, and it prints default. The same you can do with the strings also. So let's initialize this age as string. Let's say it's a string value, so I'm going to initialize it as a string, and then here also I will just enclose these numbers as string, so by double quotes, right? So and then let me run the code, and it's going to print default, and let's say the value of age is 50 here, and then once again when I run the code, it's going to print 50. Okay, so the case you can use to evaluate any number or expressions or multiple numbers or multiple strings. Now let's see how we can use this match statement as, for example, an expression. So I'm going to just copy the match case once again and paste it here, and then I will just declare for example val result variable here is equal to, so we want to return from the match, right? So we can directly return this age from here. So instead of print line, I can just write age, which is going to return the value of age whenever this case is fulfilled, right? So if the value of age will be 20, so the age value 20 will be returned, and it will be saved inside this result variable, right? So let me just do the same for the other, and for the default case we are going to return default, let's say. Okay, so once we have the result, we can just print the result by print line, for example, result. Okay, and let's run the code once again, and it's going to print result is equal to 50, right? So in this way you can use match expression as an expression. So this is how you can use match as statement, and this is how you can use match as expression. Now let's say we want to evaluate multiple cases, and we want to print the same result for multiple cases. How we can do it? And let's say if there is a variable I, and we will use match keyword and then these curly bracket, and then we will evaluate, for example, let's say odd and even number between 1 to 10, right? So let's say case 1 is for the odd number, so 1 or 3 or 5 or 7 or 9. So if these numbers are given, then it's an odd value, so I can just write print line odd. Okay, in the same way, when the case is for the even numbers, so case, let's say 2 or 4 or 6 or 8 or 10, then we will just print line even here, and let's declare variable I. So val I is equal to, let's say, 7, right? And let's run the code, and it's going to print odd number because it falls in this condition. So value of I is one of these numbers, then the print line will be odd, otherwise it will print even. If the value is even, for example 6, it's going to print even here, so it prints even here, right? So this is how also you can use match expressions. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use functions in Scala. Now, first of all, what is a function? A function is a group of statements that perform a particular task. Now, how do you know that you need a function in your program? Now, if, for example, a particular piece of code is repeating again and again in your program, most probably you have to consider enclosing that piece of code which is repeating into a function. Now, how we declare a function, or what is the basic syntax of a function? So a function starts from this keyword def, and then you give a function name, and then in these parentheses, first of all you provide the argument, so argument, and then you provide a data type of that argument, for example int or string or whatever data type that argument have, right? And then comma, and then the next argument, and then colon, the data type of the next argument, right? And then you just give the colon here, and then you give the data type of whatever you are returning or whatever you want to return from your function. Let's say it returns a int value, so you write the data type whatever the function is returning, right? And then equals, and then these curly brackets in which you write some statement. So let's say we want to add two numbers using a function, so I just give a name add to this function which takes two numbers. So x and y are two numbers and they are of data type integer, right? Now the result will be returned in the form of integer. That's why the data type of result is also integer. And what we can do, we can just write return and then x plus y here. So this is a very simple function which adds to number and returns the result. And how you can call that function, for example, I want to print the result of that add function, I can just write print ln, and then inside that print ln I can just call this function, for example add, and then I will just write 45 comma 15, let's say, okay, and let me run the code, and it's going to give us the result, which is 60, the addition of these two numbers. Now Scala is very flexible language and it allows us to declare a function in different ways. So this is one of the way in which you can declare a function. Let me show you the other way. So let me copy this function and let's just copy and paste 2 or 3 times, because I want to show you this thing in 2 or 3 ways. So let's say I'm going to use a function called subtract, and I'm going to use a function multiply, and let's say I want to use a function divide. Okay, every function takes 2 arguments of type integer. Now as I said, Scala is really flexible, so you can avoid writing this return keyword. Why you can avoid writing this keyword? Because whatever is the last line of your function, this will be considered as a return value automatically if you don't write a return keyword. So here you have a choice of writing this keyword return, or you can just write it something like this and avoid writing this keyword return, and the last line of your function is considered to be a return value. So in this case you only have one line, so it will be considered as a return value, and here we want to do the subtraction. Now let's say we have a function which is very short and we want to write it in one line, so we can avoid writing this curly brackets. So we can just write this and avoid adding these curly brackets, so something like this, and here you can just write asterisk to multiply, and here you can even remove this return keyword, which makes your function more short, right? Now let's make this divide function also the same. So I'm going to remove these curly brackets from here, and then I'm going to also remove the return keyword, and then I will add this / to divide x by z. Now in cases where Scala is certain that it's going to return a certain type of value, certain data type of value, then you can avoid writing the return data type also. So for example, we are certain that this divide function is only going to return an integer, we can avoid writing this return value, and then we can even remove this semicolon. Okay, so that makes our function more shorter and concise. So these are the 4 basic ways of writing a function in Scala. And now let's call all these functions. So I'm going to just call the subtract function here, and then multiply function here, and then divide function here. And let's see what's the result we get. So you can see these are the result we get from these functions. Now let's say we create an object. So I'm going to just create an object at the top. Let's say we have a object, we declare an object, and the object name is math, in which I want to just include all the math functions, right? And let's say we have this add function inside this math object. So I'm going to just copy this add function and paste it inside the math function. Now how I can use this add function from this math object? So it's really simple once again. So I can just write print line, and then I can just write math, which is the object name, dot the function name, which is add, and then the argument which it takes. So for example 45 comma 15, and then just close the print line parenthesis. Okay, so because it's an object, we don't need to create a new instance of this object, right? So if it's a class, we need to create an instance of this object with a new keyword, but because it's an object, we can directly use dot operation on this object and then call the function which is inside that math object. So let me run the code once again. It's going to print the value of that function once again. Now let's say I have a function. Let me declare a function. So def square, and this function only takes one argument. So let's say it takes one argument of type int, and it returns the value. So it will return equals x multiplied by x, which is x square. Okay, so the function which only takes one argument, we can use the syntactical sugar with these functions. So for example, let me just copy and paste this here, and then this square function here. So math dot square, and let's say we just give 3 here as an argument. We can use it something like this. So it's going to give us the square of 3. You can see like this, or you can use this notation. So math space and then square space, and then whatever you want to give as an argument. So this is also a valid operation, right? So if the function has only one argument, you can write it something like this. So math space square space whatever the argument is, and it will work perfectly fine. You can see it works perfectly fine. So this is the syntactical sugar which Scala provides you if you have a single argument function. This type of functionality we have seen in the for loop also, where you have provided the range. So for example, you have provided the range between for example 1 to 10 in for loop, right? Or 1 until 10, for example. So this is the same syntactical sugar which we have used in the for loop in order to provide the range, right? So because that to method takes one argument, you can see the signature of this argument, it only takes one argument. That's why we can use these functions like this. Okay, so this is how you can use functions in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In the last video we have seen how to use functions in Scala. Now in this video also I'm going to show you some more ways of using functions in Scala. So let's get started. So in the last video I have shown you this type of notation to use functions in Scala. So you can define an object, and inside the object you can define your functions, and you can call your functions like this. So object dot your function name, right? Now first of all, in this video we will start with the default value for your function. So in Scala you can provide the default value for your parameters, that is function parameters. So for example, I can define the value of first parameter is equal to 45 here, and this will be the default value of
this parameter, and let's say the second parameter have the default value of 15. Okay. And here where I call these parameters, I can remove these parameters. Let's say I don't pass any parameter to the add function, right? So let's see what happens now. So I run the program and it prints 60. So it adds 45 plus 15 and gives us the result. So if you don't provide any parameter to a function which already have the default values, it will take the default values. So the default value is taken in this case, and it adds the default value and gives us the result. Now let's say we just provide the first value. Let's say we provide this time 60 here. So we just provide one parameter, even though this add function takes two parameters. So let's see what happens in that case. So in this case, this first parameter or this parameter which is passed is assigned to the first parameter, right? So this 45 is replaced by 60 in this case, and the 15 will remain the default value because we haven't provided the second parameter, and the addition of 60 plus 15 is shown here, right? So if you provide only one parameter, it will be assigned to the first parameter, and if you have multiple parameters, for example you have 3 parameters, for example, you can provide 15 here. So this 15 will go to the second parameter, and so on. Now in the last video I haven't shown you how you can declare a function which doesn't return. So for example, I will just declare a function print with def, of course. So in front of the function we use a keyword def, and then it takes two parameters. Let's say it takes x, which is a int, and y, which is also an int. And what it does, it doesn't return anything. So colon unit. So in cases where function doesn't return anything, you use this return keyword unit. Okay, it's equivalent to void in some other languages, and then you can write equals, and then you can just give these curly brackets, right? And let's say we are going to print ln the addition of these two numbers, x plus y, let's say. Okay, and I'm going to just provide the semicolon here. It's not necessary, but let's provide that. And now I just call this function here. So print, and let's provide the parameters here. So 100, and the second parameter is 200, let's say, and save your program and then run it, and it's going to return us the value 300. Now I want to show you one more interesting feature about Scala. So I'm going to just remove these default value from here, and you can use, for example, some operator as a function name. So let's say I just give plus as a function name, right? And I just give for the square, I can just give asterisk asterisk for squaring the number, right? So this is completely valid notation in Scala. This is not operator overloading we are doing. This is just a declaration of the function we are using, right? So here, instead of this add, we can just write plus, because the function name is plus right now. And instead of square, we can just write asterisk asterisk, and it's a perfectly valid notation. So in Scala you can define the function name as operators also. This is not operator overloading, this is just function declarations. So this means, for example, you declare a val sum variable, and then you add two numbers, let's say 10 plus 20, then it means that this plus is also a function which takes one parameter. And you can see when you hover over this plus operator, you can see its definition that it's a function here which takes one parameter. So plus is not an operator, it's a function in Scala. In the same way, for example, when you do asterisk symbol here, and when you hover over it, it's a function in Scala, right? You can see def, then asterisk, and then it takes one parameter. Now in Scala, functions are treated as first class citizens. That means you can assign a function to a variable, And this we can do using anonymous functions. So let's see how we can use anonymous functions. So to use an anonymous function, for example, I declare a variable add, let's say, once again, and then I can assign a function to it. So how can I assign a function? So I can just write these parentheses without giving any name to a function, and then I can just say x, and then the data type of x, which is int, let's say, and then y, and then the data type of the y. Here I want to just write y, and then I can just use this notation, so equals arrow, and then I can just return x plus y. Okay, and this is an anonymous function which will work similar to this add function, which adds two numbers and then returns the value and assigns the value to the add variable, and then we can see the answer. So let's print ln the value of add variable this time. So add is a variable in our case, and then you can call this variable using these parameters. So let's say 300 comma 500. Okay, and then save your program and then just run your code, and you can see this result is printed here. So this is how you can declare an anonymous function which doesn't have any function name, and you can assign this function, anonymous functions value, to a variable like this. So that's it for this video. In the next video, I'm going to most probably show you how to use higher order functions in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, we will learn how to use higher order functions in Scala. So first of all, what are higher order functions? Higher order functions are those functions which are able to take functions as arguments and are able to return functions, and these types of functions are called higher order functions. So higher order functions are able to take functions as an argument and are able to return function as a result. So let's see how we can define a higher order function. So let's say I want to declare a function which is able to do some arithmetic operations, for example, plus or multiplication, or finding the minimum of two numbers or three numbers, for example, and so on. So let me define a function, and I'm going to name it as a math function. And this function takes three arguments. First two are relatively straightforward. First argument is x, and the data type of it will be double. The second argument will be y, and the data type of this will be also double. And the third argument is interesting. So the third argument which we are going to pass here will be a function, and it's going to decide which arithmetic operation we want to perform here. Okay, so to pass a function as an argument, you just define the function name, for example, or argument name, as you do with your variable. Let's say I name it as f, and then colon, and then first of all, what are the argument which is taken by this function which you pass as an argument. So let's say this function which we pass as an argument is going to take two parameters, both are double. So I'm going to just write double comma double. So this is the input of the function, and to define output, you can just write this rocket symbol and the return data type. So the return data type will also be a double. Okay, and then we are going to define the return data type of our math function. So this is also going to be a double. And then what will be the output? So what we want to do here, so we want to just write equals here, and then we want to call this function which we have passed as an argument. So we will pass this function, and then we will perform some operations using this function. So as an argument of this function, we will pass x and y as an input. Okay, so this function we are going to use, and we are going to pass x and y as an input. So I'm going to just write x comma y. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this function and pass the result into some arguments. So let's say I will define a variable result and then is equal to, and then we will call our math function which takes 3 arguments. So the first argument will be a double value. Let's say I just want to pass 50 and then I just want to pass 20 here. So what we can do here is we can just pass a anonymous function x comma y like this, which is going to give us the addition of these two numbers, something like x plus y, something like this. So we have provided 3 arguments to this math function. First 2 are numbers and third is a function which is an anonymous function which takes 2 arguments, which is the signature of this function, and then it just returns the addition of these 2 numbers. Okay, and then I'm going to just print ln the result. Let's run this program and let's see what's the result. And you can see the result is 70, which is the addition of these 2 numbers, right? Let's say we want to multiply these 2 numbers. So instead of plus, we can just write this asterisk here. Okay, and let's run the program once again. And now the result is 1000, which is the multiplication of these 2 numbers, right? Now let's say we want to just find the minimum of these 2 numbers. How we can achieve this is there is a function called min here, and this min is going to find the minimum of these 2 numbers, right? So let's run the program once again and it returns 20, which is the minimum of these 2 numbers. Similarly, we can just pass max function, which is going to give us the maximum of these 2 values, which is 50 here. Okay, so now what's happening here is you can use this math function according to your needs. So you can use it for addition or multiplication or even subtraction of the 2 numbers or division or anything you can do with the same function, which is our math function. Now let's say I want to pass 3 arguments into this math function. So x, y, and I'm going to just add one more argument, which is going to be z. Okay, so z, and the data type of it will be also double, right? And then what I want to do is I want to find the addition of these 3 numbers or the minimum or multiplication of these 3 numbers. So how can I achieve this? So here where I call this function, what I can do is, because it takes 2 arguments, so the first I will just enclose this function into the same function. So function inside function, I'm calling the same function as an argument, and then I'm going to pass z as a second argument, right? So because f takes 2 arguments, first argument we are going to pass the function which is the same function, which is going to give us the result of for example addition or multiplication of these 2 numbers, and once again we are going to apply the same function on the result of the function. Okay, so let's see how we can do it. So here we are going to pass the third number. Let's say the third number will be 10, and then let's say this function is going to just give us the addition of these 2 numbers. So I'm going to just pass this function as a 4th argument, which is going to give us the addition of the 2 numbers, and I'm going to just run this program, and now it gives me the addition of these 3 numbers, right? Let's say we want to find out the multiplication of these 3 numbers. It's going to give us the multiplication. Let's say we want to find out the minimum of these 3 numbers, and let's run the program, and it gives us the minimum of these 3 numbers. And for example, max of these 3 numbers, when we run the program, it's going to give us the max of these 3 arguments. Now in Scala you can write this function in a more comfortable way, and this is by using a wildcard called underscore. So you can just write underscore plus underscore, which means we want to add something with something. Okay, so underscore here is a wildcard, so something, and then we have this plus function, and then we want to add something plus something. So this underscore notation makes this function really easy to write, and when you are comfortable with this notation, you will enjoy writing this kind of notation, right? So this underscore here is a wildcard, and this means we want to add something with something, right? So we will run the program, and then let's see the result, and result is 80, which is the addition of all these numbers. If you want to find the maximum, you can just write max here with the space and then run the program, and it's going to give us the maximum of these three numbers. So this underscore is called wildcard, and this underscore is used in different ways in Scala, which we are going to discuss in the future videos. So I hope you have understood the basic concept behind higher order functions. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, we will learn how to use partially applied function in Scala. So first of all, what are partially applied functions? But before understanding partially applied functions, we need to understand how function works. So when you invoke a function, for example, this anonymous function which have 3 arguments, and it gives us the addition of all 3 numbers or integers, you are said to be applying the function to the arguments. Okay, so these are the arguments, 3 arguments, and you are said to be applying that function, so this code, to these 3 arguments. And when you use this function like this, so you use the name of the function and then pass all 3 arguments, this kind of functions are called fully applied function. That means you have applied all the arguments to the function. So this is called fully applied function. Now what is a partially applied function? So in the same example, for example, you just provide few arguments. Let's say you provide just 2 arguments, and third you keep it as a default or a wildcard, some kind of a wildcard, then it's called a partially applied function. So let's see how we can use partially applied functions in Scala. So this is the normal usage of this sum function. You just declare this function, sum function, and then you call this function with all 3 arguments, right? Now what I do in between here is I will declare one more function, and let's say this function name is f, and then I just call this sum function, and then I just pass, for example, 10 as a first argument, and then 20 as a second argument, and the third argument I am going to keep it as a wildcard. In the last video, we have seen that we can use underscore as a wildcard, right? So just write underscore and then colon and then data type of that argument. Okay, so what we have done is we have fixed first 2 arguments here, and the third argument we said that we will just pass it whenever we call this f function. Okay, so now what we can do here is we can call f function instead of sum, and because we have already passed first 2 arguments in the sum function, when you just pass 30 in the f function, then it will be applied to this wildcard. Okay, so let's save the code and run it, and let's see what's the result of this function. And you can see the result is 60. So first 2 arguments here are fixed, and the third argument we are considering it as a wildcard. So this, whatever number we will pass here, for example, I pass 100 here, it will be applied to this sum function, and then it will show the result. In a similar way, if you want to just apply 1 argument and pass 2 arguments as wildcard, you can just write underscore colon and then int for the second argument also, and then you can just pass 2 arguments for the f function. So 100 and let's say 200, we pass 2 arguments here, and then run the program, and it gives us 310, which is the sum of this, this, and this. and this is called partially applied function. Now this was a very simple example. Now let's say in a real world example, you want to log something. So let's define another function here above the main method. So I'm going to define def log, and what we want to do here is we want to log something now, right? So log function generally we use to log some messages in some situations. So for example, if your code throws some error, we want to log something, and we want to know at which time this log is created, right? Or if you want to show some information to the user of the code, then we use log, or in the case of warnings or some critical condition is happening in your code, then you can use a log function, right? So what are the arguments we want to pass in the log function? So the first argument we want to pass is the date. So we want to print the date and time at which this log is created, and the second argument will be the message itself. Now to use date, we need to import the date library. So just write import java.util.date. Okay, this is going to import the date library, and here the data type of date will be date, and the second argument here will be message, let's say, and the data type of message will be the string. And what it does, it just prints this log message. Okay, so what we want to write here is print ln, and then we want to just first of all print the date first of all, and then plus, and let's give some space between date and message, and then plus message. Okay, so what it does is this log function just print the date first of all, and then prints the message. So now let's create a partial function out of this log function. Okay, so what we want to pass into this log function, first of all we want to pass the date. So we can just define date first of all, and then we will write new date, which is going to give us the date, and then we will just define a new variable. Let's say the new variable name is val new log. Okay, so new log is our new function, let's say, and then we are going to apply a log function here. So log, and then we will apply date here first of all, and the second argument will be partially applied. So underscore colon string. Okay, so what we have done, we have created a new function, new log, and then we have just assigned this log to this new log, and we have already applied one argument to the log function, but the second argument is the wildcard here. Okay, so now what we can do here is we can call new log, and then we can just give our message, for example. So let's say message 1, let's say. Okay, and then let's run the code, and it's going to print first of all the date and time, and then our message. Now we can call this new log message multiple times like this, and let's say message 2 here, message 3 here, and message 4, and then when we just run the code, it's going to just print the date first of all, and then it's going to print our message. Right now the date is looking same because there is no delay between these messages, but in real world situations, for example, this message will be logged at, for example, 22, 24, 15 second, and for example the other message can be logged at 16 second and 17 second and 18 seconds. So in real life situations, this date is really beneficial to know at what time this message is logged. Okay, so this is how we can use partially applied functions in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn what are closures and how can we use closures in Scala. So first of all, what is a closure, or what are closures? So a closure is a function which uses one or more variables which are declared outside the function. So closures are essentially functions. They can be pure functions or impure functions. They can be named or unnamed closures, same as functions. But the basic difference is closure uses one or more variables which are declared outside the function. So let me give you an example. So let's say I declare a function which takes only one argument. So this is an add function which takes x as int, and then what it does is it gives us the addition of x plus a constant number, let's say 10. Okay, and let's call this add into our main function. So print ln, and then I'm going to just write add, and then I'm going to just pass 20 as an argument, and let me run the program. It will give us 30 as expected, right? Now what closure says? Closure says it is a function which uses one or more variable which is declared outside the function. So if it's a closure, we will define, for example, var number is equal to 10, and then this number we are going to use inside the function instead of this 10. Okay, so this is a variable, let's say, and the variable name is number and its value is 10, and we are using this variable which is declared outside the function inside this add function, right? So let me run the program, and it still gives us the same result. So now add is a function whose return value depends on the value of one or more variable, in our case number, which is declared outside the function. Now sometimes this number variable is also called a free variable because its value is not bound to the function itself. That is, the function does not know the value of this variable number. Now you may ask one question: if the value of this variable number changes, will the result will also change? The answer is yes. So for example, I will change the value of this variable number inside my main function, and let's say it's 100 now, and let's run the code once again, and the result is 120. So the closure takes the last valid state of this variable which is declared outside the closure. So when you execute a closure, it takes the most recent state of a variable. Now the next question you may ask is, what if the closure changes the value of this variable number? So let's look that case also. So I'm going to enclose this inside these curly brackets, and let's say we just assign the sum into the number itself. So number is equal to x plus number. Okay, and then we are just returning number once again. So what happens now? So let's print the value of number. So I'm going to just print ln, and then I'm going to just print number once again. Okay, so let me run the program and let's see what's the result is. And the result is 120. So you can see the number value is declared first of all 10, and then we have changed the number value to 100, and at last this closure has changed the value of this number to 120. So that means the changes made inside the closure are passed back to the variable. Now the next question is, what is a pure and the impure closure? So let me revert back all the changes. So I'm going to just revert back all the changes like this. So our impure closure is whenever the data type of this number variable is var. That means the variable value can change from inside the closure or from outside the closure, right? So this is an impure closure. On the other hand, whenever the data type of this variable number is val, that means you cannot change the value of this variable number. That makes this closure a pure closure. That is, the result of the closure will be same always whenever we pass same value, because the value of this variable number is constant now. So the behavior of this closure will be same for the same argument we are passing as a value of x. So this is how you can use closures in Scala.
Hey guys, welcome to the next lecture on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, we will see how to use currying in Scala. So first of all, what is currying? So currying is the technique or the process of transforming a function that takes multiple argument into a function that takes single argument. This is the simple definition of currying. Okay, and the currying is applied widely in multiple functional languages like Scala. Okay, so let me give you an example. So I have a function here which is this add function which take two arguments. Okay, and what it does, it just adds these two arguments and gives us the result. And here I'm just calling this add function with two arguments inside a print line function, so it returns me the addition of these two numbers, which is 30, right? Now let's say I want to transform this into a curried function. So I can just define add to function, let's say. And what currying says, what we want to do here is we want to transform this function which takes two argument or any number of argument into a function which takes a single argument. So how we can do this? So first of all, let's just define argument list here which takes only one argument in our case, so just x, and it's of type int, let's say. And then what we are going to do is we are going to return a second function as a value of this function add2, right? So we are going to return a second function, and this second function also takes an argument which is y, and then the argument type is int once again, and this function returns the addition of the two numbers which is x and y. So we can just write x plus y. Okay, and by doing this, what we have done is we have curried this add function. So we have transformed the function which takes two argument into a function which takes one argument, and then returns a function of one parameter which itself returns the results. Okay, so now how we can use this curried function? So I'm going to just write print ln, and this time I'm going to write add 2, and then we just use this like a normal function but with two parentheses. So in first parenthesis we give the first argument which is this argument, and in the second bracket or parenthesis we are going to give the second argument which is taken by this function inside the add2 function. So let's say I'm going to just pass 10 here, and now the error is gone, and now we can just run this code, and it's going to give us 30, result 30. Okay, so this is how you use the curried function. So in first bracket the first argument, and in the second bracket the second argument or the multiple number of argument which we want to pass here. Now the interesting thing about currying is that we can apply the partial application on the curried function. So how can we do that? So let's say I'm going to declare a variable, and I'm going to name it as sum 40, let's say, with no space here. And then what we are going to do is equal to, we will just call a add to function, and then we will just give add 40 here. So add 2 as a function,
and then we will pass one parameter which is 40. Okay, and we have declared this variable, and then we can call this sum40 variable. So I'm going to just print ln once again, and now I'm going to just call this sum40 function, and then I can pass one more argument to the sum40 function. Let's say I'm going to just pass 100 here, which is going to add 100 to 40, and then we will get the 140 result. So I'm going to just run the code, and you can see we are getting 140 as a result, right? So here what we have done is we have defined a function with a single argument which is 40. So this is passed as the first argument here. Let's say it's the value of x, and then the next time whenever we pass 100 to this sum40 function, then this 100 will be passed to the second argument or as a second parameter. So this will give us the sum of 40 and whatever number we pass here. So let's say we pass 50 here, then it's going to give us the result 90. Now this was the function which we have transformed into a current function, but by default Scala also provides us the simpler text or simpler signature for our current function, and that we can do by using this kind of signature. So we are going to just use the function add 3, let's say, and then we will just pass the first argument x, and then int the type of it, and once again in the bracket we can pass the second argument which is y, and then its type, and then we will just simply return the sum of these two values which is x plus y. Okay, and this is somewhat simpler text for the current function. And how we can call it, we can just call it, for example, print ln, and then this time add 3, and then as we have done earlier, let's say 100, and then the second argument in the second bracket 200, and this is how we can use this simpler text for the current function. And once we run it, the result is 300 here. Okay, this is how also we can use this current function. Now there's one more way of using this current function, and that is by using the partial application. So let's say I'm going to define a variable once again, and I'm going to name it as sum50 this time, and then I'm going to just write equals add 3, and then I'm going to just pass let's say 50 here. Okay, and you can see it still gives us the error, and the error is the missing argument list. So earlier we have used this syntax for the current function, and this was totally valid. But when we use the second syntax, which is this one, which is provided by Scala for us, Scala want us to provide all the argument, which is argument 1, which is x, and argument 2, which is y. Okay, and if we want to do the partial application, we want to use this underscore here, which completes this function. So this is basically saying that here we want to pass any other argument which we are going to pass later. Okay, and then what we will do is we are going to print ln, and then we are going to just call sum50 here, and we want to add something to 50, for example. So we will just pass, for example, 400 here, let's say, as a second argument, and I'm going to run the program, and now we will get the result 450, right? So this 400 will be added to this, which is 50. So this is how you can do the partial application on the current function using the second signature, which is this one. So this is how we can use currying in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video we will talk about strings in Scala. So first of all, what are strings? Strings can be defined as the sequence of characters. And how we can declare strings in Scala? Simply as we have done with integers or doubles or any other data type. So we will just define a val or a var keyword, and then we will just give the name to your string. For example, str1 is the name, and the data type, which is string in our case, equals and the value of that string, for example, hello world. Now strings in Scala are same as Java strings, and hence the value is of type java.lang.string, right? So Java classes are available in Scala, hence Scala makes use of Java string without creating separate string class in Scala. Now similar to Java, strings are immutable in Scala, that is the object which cannot be modified. Now let's see some of the methods which are related to strings, which we can use to use these strings in a better way. So first method we are going to use is the length method. So just use your variable name inside print line, and then we will just write dot, and you can see different methods are available for the strings. So you just need to see these method, and whatever method you want to use, you can use them. And the signatures are also given here. And then in the side of this method, you will see from where this method is coming. So it's coming from java.lang.string, you can see. So there is no special Scala string class. It comes from this java.lang.string, right? So let's use the first method, which is length, which is going to give us the length of this string. And let's just print ln, and we are going to use the second method, for example, for concatenating the string. So I'm going to declare the second string, let's say str2, and this time this string is hello world, for example, max. We want to concatenate, okay? And then I'm going to give the space, so we have the space between hello world and max here, okay? So I'm going to just use the str1 dot, and then we are going to use the concat method. You can see here, this is the concat method which takes the other string as argument. So I'm going to use this concat method, and then we are going to just give the second string variable, which is string2. Let's run the code and let's see the result of the length and the concatenation. So length is 11 for this hello world, and the concatenation result is this one, hello world max, okay? So in the same way, you can use this dot operation to see in the IntelliSense which method you can use in the string. So now the question is, how will you understand what each method does? Okay, so let's say I have this concat method and I don't know how to use it. So what I will do is I will just press Control key on my computer, and then I will hover over this concat method or the length method, whatever method you want to see, and then click on that method, which is going to redirect you to that method definition. Okay, and here you will be able to see what this method does. So you can see the definition of this method: concatenates the specified string to the end of this string, right? And what it returns, a string that represents the concatenation of this object's characters, right? So if you want to know more about the method, you just need to press Control key and then just hover over the method and then click on that method, and you will be inside that method's definition, and you will read more about that method. So let's move on. So concatenation can be done with this plus operator also, right? So you can just write string1 plus str2, which is also fine, and I'm going to just run this code, and you can see the result is same. So when you hover over this plus operator for string, the signature is this one, and it can be used to concatenate two strings also. Now let's talk about the formatting. So string formatting. So string formatting can be done using two methods in Scala, which are printf and format method. So we are going to see both of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just define a variable, for example num1, which is going to be a decimal value, let's say 75, and then I'm going to define val num2, which is going to be for example a float value. So I'm going to just write 100.25. okay, and I want to just format this number and the other number and the string in some format. So how can I do this? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just define a variable here, and I'm going to just say result is equal to, and then I'm going to use printf function, and then I can format this numbers and the string in a desired format. So let's say I want to just write something like this. So inside bracket I want to just write num1 and then num2. So I'm going to just use this mod symbol and then d, which is for the decimal value, and then after space I'm going to just give 2 dash, and once again I'm going to use mod f for the float value, and after 2 dashes I'm going to just print the string value using mod s. okay, and then you just pass these values one by one as the other argument. So the first is num1 for the decimal, then the float value num2, and then the string, which is str1 for us, okay, which is going to print us the number, and then these 2 dashes, and then the float value, and then these 2 dashes, and then the string1 value. okay, now this other way of doing this is, let's just print this result first of all. So print line, and then I'm going to just write result here, and then let's see the other method, which is print ln, and here I'm going to do the same thing using a format method. So I'm going to just copy this format from here, and then I'm going to just write dot, which is going to just show us once again all those methods, and in all these methods we are searching for the format method. So you can see the format method here. So I'm going to use this, and then the arguments. So arguments are the same which we have passed in the printf method, which is num1, num2, and string1. okay, so you can use this format method to format string also. So I'm going to run the code, and you can see I see these results. Now in the result you can see these two results are different. So this is printing this desired result, and then these 2 extra brackets, and the format printf print line is showing us the desired result, which is in this format. So because this print line is a function which returns unit means it doesn't return anything. So when we call this printf function inside print line, it simply means that we are just calling that function. That's why it's just adding these 2 brackets here. When we use this printf directly, so I'm going to just copy this, which is going to print this formatted string. Let's see the result first of all. So you can see the result is the desired result. So you can just directly use printf instead of just assigning it, because it doesn't return anything. So that's why it's just printing the functions well. So in this way you can use strings in Scala. Whenever you want to use some method related to string, you can just use the string and then use this dot notation and see whichever method you want to use in your string, and then you can also see the definition as I showed you. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn about arrays in Scala. So first of all, what is an array? So array is a data structure which can store fixed size sequential elements of same data type. So the keyword fixed size and the same data type is important to note here. So arrays can store the data types or collections of same data types, right? So let's see how we can use or declare an array. So you can just write var or val and then your variable name, my array for example, and then the type of the variable. So the type of variable is array in our case, and then the type of array, which type of array we want to create. So you can create any data type array, for example int or double or string or any kind of data type, and then you just define the size of array using a new array keyword, right? So you just write new array, and then in the bracket once again the type of array, and then you can just give the size of the array using this parenthesis, and then inside the parenthesis you define the size of the array, right? Now the second way of declaring an array is you can just write array my array 2 for example, and then you can directly assign the size of an array using new array and then the data type you give here, for example int, and this time let's say we just define the array of size 5. Now you can assign the value to an array element using their indexes. So you just need to give the name of your array, my array for example, and then index starts from 0. So Scala arrays are the 0 indexed. That means they start from 0, and then you can assign any value to this element. So the element at 0th position we have assigned 20 value to it, right? In the same way you can assign for example and then you can assign these values to your array, right? And then just to print the values of the array you can just use print line, and let's save it and let's run the code, and you can see it's not really convenient to use the array inside print line. So what we are going to do is we are going to use a for loop to print the elements inside the array. So you can just write for, and then first of all the value, and then whatever array you want to iterate on. So you just use these arrow symbol, and then for example my array, your array name, and then inside these curly brackets you can use the print line, and you can write x here, right? This means that you are iterating over the array which starts from 0 to the index 3, right? So let's run the code, and you can see it iterates over the array, and then it prints the value of every element inside the array. There is one more way of iterating over an array, and this is using the conventional type of for loop. So you define I here, and then you start the I from 0, and then the length of the array. So you can get the length of the array using a length method. So just use your variable dot length, okay, and this will give the length of an array. And because arrays are zeros indexed, that means the value of array starts from 0 index, so we need to minus 1 from the length so that it goes up to 3 index, right? And then inside the brackets you can once again use the print line function to print your value. So this time you just need to use your array, and then I will give you the index of your array starting from 0 until 3, which is my array length, which is 4 minus 1, so up to 3. Okay, and then once you run your program, it will give the same result as the above for loop. Let me just move this console to the right hand side so we can see the code in a better way. So now if you haven't assigned any value to an array, so in our second array example, my array 2, we have assigned the size to an array and the type to an array, but we haven't assigned any value to the array 2. So how it looks like, so I'm going to use array 2 instead of my array, and let's see what it prints. So you can see it prints the 0 0 0 0, so it prints the default value of that data type, right? So for example, if it's a string and we run the program, it's going to print null, the default value of that data type. If we write double here and then run the code, it's going to print 0.0, which is the default value of double. If we define boolean data type here and then run the code, it's going to just print the false, which is the default value of the boolean. So if you haven't assigned any value to your array element, it's going to take the default value of that data type. Now there is one more way of defining an array. So you can write val or var, and then my array is equal to array, and then you can directly initialize the array by the values. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, or any number, right? Or if it's a string, then you just need to give the string values here. Let's define this array as array 3, and let's print the size of the array or length of the array. So my array 3 dot length, and let's run the code, and you can see the length of the array is 7. So you can define the arrays like this also. Now if you want to concatenate an array, what you can do is you can use the concat method on the array. So you can just write concat and then the first array and the second array. So for example, we want to concatenate my array and my array 3. Okay, so like this, you just need to use concat method, and then you just need to use your arrays which have the same data type. Now you can see it gives concat not found error. So for that, you just need to import the array library. So just write import array dot underscore. Okay, and this is going to solve this concat problem, right? And let's say val result is equal to whatever the concatenation of array and array 3 is. Okay, and let's print the array result using the for loop, and let's run the code, and you can see it concatenates array 1 and the array 3. And there are different methods are associated with arrays, so you can just write the name of your array variable and then just use dot to see whichever method are array available for your array. So you can see when you just write dot here, you can see using IntelliSense what are the methods which are available for arrays. So you can see these are all the method which are available for the array. So there is a size of array, for example, or there is a method called last which will give you the last value of array, or the maximum value, which is max method. You can see min method, max method, and there are so many methods related to array. So you can just see the definition or how they can be used here, and then use those methods on your arrays easily, right? So this is how you can use arrays in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In the last video, we have seen how to use arrays in Scala. Now in this video, we will see how to use lists in Scala. Now Scala lists are quite similar to Scala arrays in a sense that they are the collection of similar data type elements, right? And a list can have only one data type elements, right? But there are two fundamental differences between arrays and lists. One is arrays are mutable and lists are immutable. Immutable means you cannot change the element value of list once it's assigned. And second is lists represent the linked lists, whereas arrays are flat. So let's see how we can use lists. So as in the case of arrays, you can just write var or val and then the variable name, for example my list, and then the data type. So it's of data type lists in our case, right? And then the element data type in the list. So we want the list of, for example, ints, so we can just write int, or if we want a list of string, you can write string or any other data type which Scala supports, right? And then you write equals list, and then you initialize your list with the elements. So for example, in our case, because it's a list of integers, we can just write 1, 2, and we can just create the list of integer. Similarly, if we want to make the list of let's say string, so let's say we want to make the list of names, right? So in this case, we can just use the data type string here, and instead of using the integers or numbers, we will just use the names, for example. So for example, now if you want to print your list, you can just simply use print line and then print your list like this. So I'm going to just print out both the list. So print line my list and print line names, and I'm going to run my code, and you can see it prints the first list, which is my list variable, and the second list, which is the list of names. Now as I said, lists are immutable. So for example, in case of arrays, this operation will be perfectly fine. So when I write my list and then in parentheses I use the index of the list. So lists are also zero indexed. So for example, I can just write my list and in the parentheses the index of whatever element I want to change, and then let's say I will just assign different value to it at index 0, and you can see it shows us error which says value update is not a member of list int. So we cannot change the value of the list. So this is the basic difference between arrays and the list. Now you may ask, if I'm not allowed to change the value of list, how they are useful. So for example, I want to append in the beginning or the end of the list. How can I do it, right? So let's see how we can do it. So let's say I want to just add some number at the beginning of this list. So this is the list and I want to just add 0, let's say, in the beginning of the list. So how I can do it? So there are two fundamental building blocks of a list. One is a nil, which we will see in a moment, and another is a cons. So we will see the use of cons right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to append a 0 and then I'm going to just write double colon, and in Scala it's called a cons. Okay, so this cons is used to prepend 0 in the list my list, right? So I'm going to just save this and then run this program, and then it prints 0, you see. So 0 is prepended and then your list content. But keep in mind, so let's say I print the value of list once again and run the code, and you can see the content of my list is not changed. So what it's going to do is, if you want to assign the value of the consing of my list and 0 to another list variable, it's possible, but the changing of the list is not possible. So we are not changing the value of my list, but we are just prepending 0 to the existing list, which will not change my list itself. Now the second thing I said about list is nil. So nil is also of type list, so I'm going to just print, for example, nil first of all. So you can see it's an empty list. So what you can do is you can create a list using this nil value. So for example, I can just write 1 cons any other number, cons any other number, cons, and this is going to create a list of 3 numbers, which is 1, 5 and 9. So whenever you cons anything to the nil, is going to create a list. Now let's see some of the method associated with the list. So if I want to find out the, for example, first value of the list, I can just write head here, which will give me the first value of the list. And if I want to get the last value of the list, I can just write tail here, right? So if you are familiar with linked lists, you use head and tail in case of linked lists, and that's why these notations are useful. Now if you want to check whether your list is empty or not, you can just use a method called isEmpty, and this is going to give you a boolean value. If the list is empty, it's going to give us true, and if list is not empty, it's going to give us false, right? So let's run the code once again, and you can see the results here. So for the my list, the head or the first value is 1, so it's printing 1. Now the second result is interesting. So tail is whatever you get after removing the first value. So the tail in the case of names is Tom and John. Tail in the case of my list will be 2, 5, 8, 9, 6, 4. Okay, so head is the first value and tail is whatever rest remaining. So that's why you're getting Tom and John here. Okay, and then we have checked if the name list is empty or not, and it returns us false, right? So let's print the tail of the my list also, so we can see and verify the results. So you can see it start with 2, 5, 8, 9, 6, 4. Let's see some other method related to the list. So for example, if I use reverse method, so if I use the reverse method on the list, it's going to give us the reverse list. So it will start from 4, which is the last element of the list, and it will go up to 1, which is the first element of the list. Now if you want to create a uniform list, that means a list which contains only same type of elements, so you can use the fill method for that. So let me show you how you can do it. So I can just write list dot fill, and then I will first write how many number of element I want in my list. So let's say I want 5 element, and then what is the element I want in the list. So let's say I want 2 in my list, so list of 2s. Okay, and when I run the program, it's going to give us the list of 2s which have 5 elements. Similarly, you can use
other method with lists also. So in Eclipse you can just write list and then dot, and then you will see more method associated with a list. So just go through them and see the description of every method, and whatever method you want to implement, you can use it. So for example, let's say I want to use the method called max here, which is going to give us the maximum of the whole list. So you can see it gives us 9, which is the maximum in the list of integer. Now let's see how we can iterate over the list, for example. So to iterate over the list, you can just use the name of your list, for example my list, and then you can use a method called for each on your list. And what it will do is it will go over or iterate over every element of the list and perform the operation which you will write inside these parentheses. So for example, I want to print every element of the list. So inside this parenthesis, I can just write print ln, which is going to print out all the element of the list. You can see it has printed out all the element of the list. So because it's a print line, so it will print on different lines. In a similar way, for example, if you want to just find out the sum of the list, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to define a var or variable, and then I'm going to just say sum, and it's going to be of data type int, right? And the initial value of the sum variable is 0. Okay, and then I can just write my list dot for each sum plus equals and then this underscore. And this means what we want to do is we want to add each element of the list. So this for each will iterate over every element of the list, which is indicated by this underscore. And what it's going to do is it's going to just add this value to the sum variable. So it will iterate over this list one by one, and then it will add to this sum variable, right? So when we just print the value of sum, so let's say we will just write print ln, and then we will just write sum here. It's going to give us the sum of the list, which is 35 in this case. Now the next way of iterating over the list is using the for loop. So you can just write for here, and then you can iterate over the list. So for example, I want to iterate over the list of names, so I will just write name here, which is the iterated element, and then we will just write this arrow here, and then we will just pass the list name. So our list name is names, right? So this is this list. Okay, and what we want to do after iterating over every element of the list, we just want to print out every element. So we will just write print ln, and then we can just write name here, as we have seen previously. So what this for loop does, it will iterate over each element of this list name, and every time it iterates over the element, it will just assign the value of this element to this name variable, and this name variable we are printing, right? So this is the list, and every iteration it will be assigned to this name variable, and we are printing this name here. So we are going to just run our code, and you can see it prints out all the names one by one. Now you can get the value of an element based on the index also. So for example, I want to print out the value of element at index 0 in the name list. I can do this, which is going to give me the 0th index element of this list. But it's not very efficient to use this kind of notation, but it's possible, so I have just shown you. So this is how you can use lists in Scala.
Hey guys, welcome to the next video in Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, we will learn how to use sets in Scala. Now, first of all, what are sets? So in Scala, set is a collection of different elements of same data types. So what do I mean by that? So a set cannot have duplicate values inside them. So all values inside a set must be unique. So let's say I have declared in the previous video this list, and I have given these values to the list. And when I add some duplicates value, for example 4 and 4 two times, and when I run the code, it's possible to have duplicate values inside the list. But when I declare a set, so let's declare a set. So a set can be of two kinds, a mutable set and the immutable set. Now the difference between the mutable sets and immutable sets is that the object itself cannot be changed inside a immutable set. Okay, so how we can declare a set? So when we write val my set, so this is the variable name, and then we need to use the keyword set instead of the list, and same we will do here. Okay, and as I said, set cannot have a duplicate value, but let's say I just added this duplicate value 4 and 4 here. And same for the set of strings. So instead of using list here, we will just use the keyword set. Okay, and let's print this my set using print line, and I'm going to run the code, and you can see even though I have entered duplicate values in my set declaration, when I print the set, you can see all values are unique in the set. So only 1 4 is printed here. It has just resolved the set, and only 1 4 is present here. So even though you can just repeat the value in the declaration, even though, for example, I have used repeated values inside the set, when I just print the set, all values will be unique. Now let's say I want to just add something to this set. So by default, when I declare this set like this, all sets are by default immutable. Okay, so by default all sets are immutable, and when I want to declare a set as mutable, then I need to use this kind of notation. So instead of this, I need to use this kind of notation, which is scala.collection.mutable.set. And because it's mutable, let me just change it to var here, and here also in the declaration I will just write mutable here also, or even better, I can just remove this from here, and that's also a valid mutable set. Okay, so whenever you want to declare a mutable set, you can declare it like this, but by default when you declare a set like this, it's immutable. So let's say I want to add some value to a set. I can just write my set plus 10, right? And let me print the value of my set also, so we can also see the value of my set. So when I use a plus operator and then just add some value to my set, it just add this value to the set. But keep in mind, when I print the my set in itself is not changed, right? So when I add this value 10 to the set, it has created a new set and then printed this set here. Okay, but my set in itself is not changed because it's immutable, right? Now one more interesting thing you can see here is set is not ordered. Okay, so sets in Scala are not ordered. That means when I inserted, let's say 10 into this set, this is inserted at this place, which is completely out of order, right? So it's not added to the end, or it's not added to the front. It is added to a random place here, right? So sets are not ordered. That means you cannot index sets. Okay, so let's say when I say my set, and let's say when I say 8 here, so when I write something like this, this means that I want to check whether 8 is present inside my set or not, right? In the case of list, this would be the index of the list, but there is no such thing like index inside a set. So when I write this kind of notation, this means that it's want to check whether 8 is present in the set or not. Okay, and when you want to learn more about this, you can see it's just applying the method, and then it will give the boolean value, and it tests if some element is contained in the set or not. Okay, so let me run the code and let's see what happens when I run the code. So it says true because 8 is present inside the set. And let's say I just add some random value here, and when I run the code, it says false because 8888 is not present in my set. Same you can do for the string set also. So let's say I just write max here to name set, right? And when I run the code, it says true, and when I just add some random name here, it will say false here. Now let me use 3 method which we can use for sets, and these are, let's say, my set dot head, let's say, and then I want to use the tail, and I want to use if the set is empty or not. So is empty, and then I'm going to run this code, and what it returns. So head returns the first value of set. So at this time, the first value inside the set is 5, let's say, and the method tail will give you the rest of the element except for the first element, and the is empty method is going to check whether the set is empty or not. Now let's say I want to concatenate 2 sets. So I'm going to just remove these duplicate values, and what I want to do is I want to concatenate 2 sets. Let's say here I want to add some more values here. So I have declared a set, and let's say this set is my set 2, right? So this is also a set, and let's say I want to concatenate my set and my set 2. So how can I do this? And to do this, we have 2 variations. One, we can use double plus operators, and then we can just write my set 2, which is going to concatenate these 2 values. Otherwise, what you can do is you can do the same thing using this notation also. So you can just write the first set, my set, let's say, and then dot plus plus, and in the parenthesis the second set. So the second set is my set 2, and this is the same notation as the first, which is above this line. Okay, so I'm going to run the code, and what you will observe here is this result is showing the unique values in both the sets. So in the result, the duplicate values are removed. Okay, only the unique values inside both the sets are printed here. Now let's say you want to just find out the intersection of 2 sets, then you can just write print ln, and then first of all you will just write first set, and then you will use the notation dot end. Okay, so just use the notation dot end, and then the second set, which is my set 2, and what it's going to do is it's going to give us the intersection of those set. So whatever values are intersecting between these 2 sets, let's say you can see 9 and 9 are intersecting, or 4 and 4 are intersecting, and 2 and 2 are intersecting. So that result will be printed. This is the intersection, and then all the other values are not printed. You can do the same using the intersect method also. So my set dot intersect, and this is also going to give you the same result, and it will give me the same result. In this way, you can use sets in Scala. For more method about sets, you can always use, for example, your set name and then dot operator, and then you can see the list of all the methods you can use with the set. So let's say, for example, I want to print out the maximum value, I can use max, or the minimum value, I can use the min, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to just print the min and max values, let's say, and here is the min, and let me just convert it to print ln here. Okay, print ln and print ln, and I'm going to just save the code and run it once again, which is going to give me the result 9 and 1. So 9 is the maximum value inside this my set, and 1 is the minimum value. One last thing I want to show here is how we can use the set with the for loops. So I can just write my set name, my set dot for each, and then you just can iterate over this set. So for example, I want to print all the values inside the set, so I will just write print ln here, and this is going to print out all the elements inside my set. Now let's say I want to use the normal for loop. So for that, I can just write for, and let's say I want to iterate over the names set, so I can just write name here, and then this arrow symbol, and then I want to iterate over the names set, right? So I will just write names set here, and then this name keyword is going to give me every time it iterate over the set, the element it's iterating over. So I can just write print ln, and then I can write name here, and let's run the code and let's see what happens. So it has iterated over the first set, and it had iterated over the second set using the second for loop.
Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners, and in this video we will learn about maps in Scala. Now first of all, what are maps? So in Scala, map is a collection of key value pairs, and the keys are unique in the map. So let me give you an example. So for example, I want to save a student's name according to his ID. And let's say student studies in class 8, and his ID starts from, let's say, 801, and according to this his ID or her ID, I want to save the name. Let's say 801 is Max, and let's say 802 is Tom, and let's say 803 has dropped out of the school, so we have 804, and let's say some name associated with this 804 ID, right? And I want to save this kind of pattern in some kind of collection. So this kind of collection can be saved into a map. So let me show you how we declare maps and how we can use map. Now maps are also of two kinds. One is mutable and second is immutable. So by default, when we declare a map, let's say I will declare a map with this declaration, so val, and then I want to give the name to my map. So let's say my map is the name to my variable, and then the map keyword, so map, and then we need to specify the key data type and the value data type. So in this square bracket, we will just write the key data type. In our case, we want to save the student ID, which is a number based upon his name. So first of all, the ID has the data type int, and the name has the data type string, right? So we will just give in the square bracket the first keys data type, and second is the values data type, right? And then we will just initialize a map like this. So we can just write map,
and then we can initialize a map. Let's say I want to give 801 ID, and then we use this arrow symbol, and then we use, let's say, the name, which is Max, let's say. Okay, so this is the first key value pair, and the second key value pair is, let's say, this one, 802 and Tom, let's say. And the third key value pair, so let me just make it like this so we can see the third, let's say 804, and the name associated with this ID is this one. Okay, so we have 3 students associated to their ID in the class. In the same way, we can add multiple number of entries for student ID and the name. So let me just print the map values first of all. So I'm going to just use print line for that, and then just run the code, and you can see it prints the map values like this, whatever we have declared. Now let's say we want to access the student name whose ID is 802. So what we can do is we can just write print ln and then the map name, which is my map, and then in these parentheses you just give the key of the map. So key of the map is 802 in our case, right? So the first thing here is the keys, and the names associated with them is the values. So we want to know the value of the map whose key is 802. Let's save the code and let's run the code, and it will print Tom because 802 is associated with the name Tom. Similarly, we can just use this notation. So this ID is not there, right? 803 is not there. This key is not present inside the map. So what will happen? It'll throw us the exception. So if we try to access the key which isn't present inside the map, then it's going to throw an exception. Now what happens when I just give same ID or same key 2 times? So duplication of key is not possible in map. So let's say I just provide 804 and 804 2 times here, the key 2 times here, then it's not possible. So let me just do 801 here, and let me just run the code. And when I run the code, you will see that there are only 3 ID present here: 801, 802 and 804, even though we have given 4 entries here. But the problem here is we have given 2 similar keys inside the map, and as sets, the map's key also cannot be duplicated. So the keys in map should be unique. Okay, so when you just give the duplicate keys, then it will take the last key value here. So it will overwrite the last entry. So you can see we have given 804 2 times, so last entry is 804 for JULY, and this is shown here. So the duplication of key is not possible as sets. Now let's say I want to just print out the keys, all the keys of my map. So I can just use my map dot keys, right? And it's going to give us the keys associated with the map, which are IDs in our case. If we want to print out all the values associated with the map, then we will just say my map dot values, and it's going to give us the values of the map which is associated with the map, right? And then we can also check if the map is empty or not using isEmpty method. So let's run the code and let's see what happens. So you can see here that the key are 801, 802 and 804, and it's a set, right? And we have learned in the last video that in a set, all values must be unique. That's why all keys in the map must be unique. Now for the values, you can see values are printed here. So Max, Tom and Julie is printed here, which are the values of my map. And then lastly, it has printed false because map is not empty. Now let me show you how you can iterate over the map using a for loop. So you use the map name, which is my map in our case, and then you will just write keys, which is a set, and then you write for each, which is going to iterate over all the keys, and then instead of parentheses we are going to use the curly brackets here, and then we will just write I for keys. So this is, or let's just say key here. Okay, so just write key here, and then this notation, arrow notation, and then inside the print method or print line method, we are going to just print the key first, and then we are going to print the value. So first of all, we will just print the key, and let's print the key value, and the value is print ln. And as we have seen in this print line, the value can be printed on the basis of key also. So the value will be, and then we will use the key inside these parentheses, which will give us the value associated with that key. And let me just use plus here and plus here also. Okay, and let's run the code and let's see what happens when I run the code. So you can see this is the result. So first it has printed the key is 801, and the value associated with this is Max, right? Then we have the key 802 and the value associated with it, and then we have the key 804 and the value associated with this. So in this way you can iterate over the map using key and value. Now let's say we just want to check whether some key is present inside the map or not. So we can just use this method, which is the contain method. So map name dot contains and the key name, for example 801, which is there inside the map, so it's going to return us true, which is this one. But let's say if we provide the key which is not present inside the map, then it's going to give us false. So this contain can be used to avoid the exception. So let's say when we give this kind of notation, it will give us the exception, right? It gives us the exception. So to avoid this exception, we can just use contain to check whether this is a valid key or not, and then perform some operation on that key. Now let's say we want to concatenate two maps. So what we can do is I'm going to declare a second map which have the same signature, and I'm going to name it as map2. And let's say we have one more student which we want to add to our student list. So we can just say student 805 here, and then we can just give the name of the student, and we want to just concatenate these two maps. So we can just use this notation. So you just use the first map, and then you use double plus operator or method, double plus method, and then you use the second method, so which is my map2. Okay, and it's going to give us the concatenation of these two maps. So let's run the code, and you can see the result here, which is the concatenation of first map and the concatenation of the second map. Now if you want to know more method associated with maps, you can always use this dot operator here, and then you can just select whatever method you want to use from this large list. So these are the method list which are associated with map, so you can use one of them. You can see head method we have used in the last video, or I'm sure there must be a tail method also here, and then you can see the size of the map. So let's print out the size of the map, which will give us the size of the map, which is 3 in our case, because the map contains 3 key value pairs. So in this way you can use maps in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn how to use tuples or tuples in Scala. Now in Scala, tuples is a class that can contain different kind of elements. Now unlike list or array, which were able to contain elements of same data type, tuples can contain elements of different data type. That means heterogeneous data types. So let's see how we can define a tuple, and then we will see how to use a tuple. So I'm going to just give a name to my tuple, so val or var, and then let's say my tuple, and then you just give some values to your tuple. So let's say I want to just have some number inside my tuple, so I will just write 1 and let's say 2, and also I want to have some string in my tuple, so I can just write hello, and I also want to have a boolean value, so I can write true here. Okay, so this tuple contains 4 elements, and these elements need not be of same type. So they can be of same type, they can be of different data type, even they can contain objects also. Now in Scala, tuple or tuples are of fixed size. That means they are immutable in Scala. You cannot change the value of tuple once it's declared. Okay, so let's use this tuple, and let's print the content of the tuple using the println method. So I'm going to run the code, and it prints the values of tuple as expected. Now in order to declare this same tuple, let's say I want to have 3 element in my tuple, and let's say I want to declare it in a different way with new and the keyword tuple. You will see that let me give tuple, let's say 2, and you will see tuple here is not a keyword. Okay, so if you want to declare tuple in this way, you need to write after the tuple the number of element the tuple contains. So let's say this tuple contains 1, 2, 3 elements. Then after tuple you just write 3 here, and that's a valid declaration. Okay, so this you need to keep in mind. So whatever the number of elements are there in the tuple, you need to write that after this tuple keyword. So tuple 3, that means tuple 3 contains 3 elements. In the same way, when a tuple contains 2 elements, so let's say the tuple contains 2 elements, and I'm going to name my tuple as tuple 3, then you can see this tuple 3 is going to give you the error. So this notation is no more valid because tuple contains 2 elements and we are declaring it with tuple 3. So to fix this, we can just write tuple 2 here, and this problem will be fixed. So you need to add the number of elements the tuple contain after this tuple keyword. Now this is allowed up to 22. Okay, so a tuple can contain 1 to 22 elements. After or beyond 22 elements, you cannot store more elements inside a tuple. So you need to just find a different kind of collection to store those elements. Okay, so up to 22, tuple 22 is possible. Now how you can access the values of the tuple? For example, I want to fetch this value 1, or I want to fetch hello from this tuple. How can I fetch that? So when you declare a tuple, the values of the tuple can be accessed by some methods, right? So when you declare a tuple, it will just create these method automatically. So you can see _1, _2, _3, _4 is created for the tuple of 4 elements, right? So these are created after you declare the tuple. So for example, I want to fetch the hello from my tuple variable, so I can just write my tuple dot _3 because it's at the 3rd position, right? In a same way, let's run the code and let's see the result first of all. So you can see it gives me hello. In the same way, you can just fetch the other values also. So I can just write 1 _1 and then _2 _3 and _4. Okay, and it will give me all the 4 values of my tuple variable. So a tuple of 4 element will have _1, 2, 3, 4, but the tuple of 3 element will only have up to 3 method, which is _1, _2 and _3. So let's see that also. So let's say my tuple 2 here, and let's define _4, and you can see it's an error because _4 is not a member of this tuple, because this tuple doesn't contain 4 elements. And when I write _3 here, it's perfectly fine because this tuple contains 3 elements, and 3rd element here is hello. Now let's say I want to iterate over the values of this tuple. So how can I do this? So to do that, you need to just use your tuple variable name, and then there is a method called product iterator. So just write product iterator. You can see this method, and then this product iterator will give you the access to for each. So you can just write for each, and inside this for each you can just call your print line method, let's say. So you can just give these curly brackets, and inside the curly brackets you can just define let's say I, and then equals arrow, and then you can just write print ln, and then you can just print the value of I. So using for each, this will iterate over my tuple variable, and in I you will get one by one these values inside the tuple. So I'm going to run the code and let's see what happens. So I'm going to just run this code, and you can see it has printed these 4 values, which are 1, 2, hello and true. So if you want to iterate over a tuple, you need to use product iterator method. Now there is one more way of creating a tuple, and that is by using arrow symbol. So in the last video, when I have showed you the maps can contain key value pairs, and these key value pair, one pair is a tuple. So when you define the key value pair, you can just write, let's say an integer, and then this arrow, and then let's say we want to have a string, so string of some name. So in map, this would be a key value pair, right? And when you write something like this, it's going to create a tuple. So I'm going to just run the code and show you. So you can see a tuple is created using this notation, but keep in mind that this notation is only valid for 2 elements. So when you just write, let's say something like this, so I'm going to just write true here, this will not give you an error, but let's see what happens. So when I run the code, you can see it creates first of all the tuple of first 2 elements, and then it joins and creates the tuple of this tuple and the last element which is true. This is a tuple, and then it joins a tuple and this true, so this is another tuple. So keep in mind that this arrow just join the two elements. So in this case, this arrow is joining this tuple and then this true. Now let's say I will create a tuple which have a tuple inside it. So I'm going to just create this tuple which is my tuple 3, and it has 1 hello, and I'm going to just add some more values here inside our tuple. So inside these parentheses I'm going to just write 2 comma 3. Okay, so what this is going to do is, now it has 3 elements, so I'm going to just write tuple 3 here, and then it will be valid. So it has 3 elements, 1 hello and a tuple of 2 and 3. Okay, so to access this, what I can do is I can just write, let me just copy this code and paste it here, and I'm going to just write my tuple 3, and I want to get the third element which is underscore 3, so it's going to give me this tuple, right? So I'm going to run the code, and you can see it gives me this tuple. And let's say I want to access the second value of the tuple, this tuple, right? So I want to get 3 out of this tuple. So how I can fetch this? I can just write dot and then underscore 2. Okay, and then this is going to give me 3, right? So you can join it like this also, this notation. So in this way you can use tuples in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn about options in Scala. Now in Scala, option is a container which can give you 2 values. It can give you an instance of sum, or it can give you an instance of none. So now let's see how options are useful and how we can use it. So in this example, I have a list, and this list contains 3 elements, 1, 2, 3, and I have a map which contains a map of integer versus some name. So let's say I want to find something inside this list. So how can I find? In a list I can use a method called find. So my variable name list and then dot find will give me whatever I want to find. So I want to find anything which is greater than, let's say, 6. So I want to find something which is greater than 6, but we can see there is no value which is greater than 6 in this list. So what will it return? So when I hover over this find method, you will see the return value is an option, and this option is what we are talking about, these options. So what this option is doing, so in the return you can see an option value containing the first element in the list that satisfy P, or none if none exists. So let me print the result of this find. So I'm going to just write print ln inside these parentheses, and let me just run this code, and it gives me none, which is an instance of this thing. So because there is no value which is greater than 6 in this list, is going to give me none. Now let's say I give here the value 2, which satisfies my condition, and there is a value which is greater than 2 in my list. So this time let's see what I will get. So I'm going to run my code, and it gives me sum. So an option can give you 2 kind of result, either none or sum. So if the values using find method, if this condition is fulfilled, then it's going to give us the first result. Otherwise, if this find is not satisfied, then it's going to give us the instance of none. In the same way, there is a method in map also. So I'm going to just write print ln, and there is a method in map. So I'm going to just write map, which is my variable name, dot get, and this is going to give me when I write inside these parentheses a key, it's going to give me the value associated with it. So the value associated with key 1 is Tom in this case. And when I hover over this get method, you can see the return value is also an option. And this is also going to give us none if this key doesn't exist, or the result if this key exists. So let me run the code and let's see what's the result is. So it gives me sum Tom because this key exists inside my list. So that's why it returns me the value associated with this key. Same for the value, let's say 2. So for key 2, it's going to give me max. So now the question is how we can extract the value from this sum instance. So this is giving us the instance of sum, but we want to extract the value out of this find, let's say. So we want to extract 3 out of this find. So to get 3 out of this find, you can use a method called get on your option result. So this is going to give you an option as a result, this find. And when you call a method called get on your option, then it's going to give you the value inside your sum, or when it's none, we will see the result a little bit later. But let's say this value exists. So let me just run this code, and you can see now I get 3 out of this option sum, right? So same we can do here. So when we call a method called get on option, which is the result of this get method, then we will get our value here. Now let's say in my map I'm going to give 5 here. This key doesn't exist. So what happens now? So I'm going to just run the code, and it will give me an exception. So it will throw an exception, and it says no such element exception. So because there is no element and we are trying to access the value of that element, that's why we are getting an exception. Now to avoid an exception, we can use a method called get or else. So we can use a method called get or else, and then we can just print out in the else condition whatever we want to return. So let's say we want to return no name found, and let's run the code, and you can see it prints no name found. So when the value exists, so let's say I'm going to just give 3 here, it's going to return me the value which is associated with this key if the key exists. And if the key doesn't exist, it is going to give me this value which I have defined as my else condition. Okay, so let me run the code, and it's going to give me no name found. Same you can do with your list find also. So I'm going to return, let's say a number. So I'm going to just return 0 if this value doesn't exist. So I'm going to give here 6 once again, and let me run the code, and it returns me 0 because none of the values inside my list is greater than 6. And when this value is 2, which is there in my list, then it's going to return me the result. So that means you can use get to get the value,
or otherwise, but the better way is to use get or else. In this case, you will not get an exception which is thrown when the value doesn't exist. Now let's see how we can define an option. Let's say we want to define an option. We can just say val and then the variable name. Let's say opt is the variable name, and then we define the data type, which is option in our case, and then we want to define which kind of option we want to give. So let's say we want to define an int option, and then we can just assign sum. So we can either assign sum and whatever sum we want to provide here, let's say 5, or we can provide a none value. So instead of giving this, we can give instance of none also, which is also valid. So let's print the value of this opt. So I'm going to just write print ln, and then I'm going to just say opt, and then we are going to just check whether this option is empty or not. So there is a method called isEmpty, which is going to return us a boolean value. So if the option is empty, it's going to return us true, and if the option is not empty, then it's going to return us false. So right now it's none, that means it's empty, so it returns us true. Now let me assign some value here. So I'm going to just write instance of sum and any number, because this is of int type, right? This option is of int type. So I'm going to just run the code, and now it returns false because there is some value for this option. Now if I want to get this value out of my option, as I said, I can use a get method. So I can just write get, which is going to give me the value out of this sum. So this is how we can use options in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, we will talk about two methods which we are generally using with the collections in Scala, and those methods are map and filter method. So let's talk about the map method first of all. So the map method we typically use to iterate over a collection. It can be a list or an array or a set or any other kind of a collection, and then apply a function to each element of that collection. So as you can see, I have a variable called list, and this is the list of some numbers, and I also have a second variable called myMap, and this is the map of a number versus a name map, let's say. So let's say I want to apply a map method on the list. So I'm going to just use my list name, then I'm going to use dot map, and as I said, the map method will iterate over every element of the collection. In our case, it's a list, and then we can apply any function on it. So let's say we want to just double every element of my list. So what we can do is we can just use underscore asterisk 2, which is going to just double every element in the list and give us the new list with the double number, right? So I'm going to run the code, and you can see the list elements are now doubled, but this will not change the content of LST. It's going to give us the new list with the each element which is doubled. Now if you want to be more specific, you can also write something like this. So x, then this rocket symbol, and then you can just write x as asterisk 2, which will also perform the same operation on every element of this list, which is going to give us the same result. So either you can use the underscore, or you can use this explicit function to apply on your each element of your collection. Let's say I want to just add 2 to each element, then you can see 2 is added
to each element of my list. I can even just, let's say, divide, and then I want to divide it by 0.2. So I'm going to run the code, and you can see every element is divided by 0.2 and result is given to us. Now we can also apply this map function with string also. So let's say we just want to add hi. So I'm going to just say hi and then plus, and then on each element. So I'm going to just write x here, and I'm going to run the code, and you can see it just appends hi before each element of that list. Now let's say I just write something like this. So hi and then asterisk. What this will do is I'm going to run the code, and let's see what happens. So in the result, you can see it will just print hi the number of time which is given in the list. So if the first element in the list is 1, then hi will be iterated 1 time. If the element is 2, then it will be iterated 2 times or 3 times or 5 times and so on. Now let's use that map method with our map also, which is a collection map. So we can just write print ln, and then we will just write my map, which is the variable name, dot map, and let's apply the map. So we will just say x rocket, and then once again let's print hi. So hi and then plus x, and let's see what happens when we run the code. So when we run the code, it appends hi to every element of my map. So this is essentially a tuple. So every element in the map or key value pair in the map is a tuple, so it's printed as a tuple, and hi is appended in front of that tuple. Now let's say we just want to apply the map on the values of this map. So we can just write dot map and then values, which will apply this function on only the values, so not on the keys. So 1, 2 and 3 are keys here, and Tom, Max and John are the values here. So it will only apply this method on the values. So I'm going to just run the code, and you can see the keys are unchanged and hi is appended before every value. Hi Tom, hi Max and hi John. Now you can use map with a string also. So I'm going to just write print ln, and then here I'm going to just write hello in small letters, and let's say I want to just print this hello in capital letters. So I can just use dot map here, and then I will call a method called toUpper. So I'm going to just write underscore, which is a wildcard of every element, and then I'm going to just call a method dot toUpper on every element of this string, which is a character HELLO, right? So I'm going to just run the code, and you can see it prints hello in capital. So what's happening here? So this is a string, so this map will iterate over every character of the string and then apply toUpper on every character of that string and then give us the result. That's why we see hello in capital. Now let's also talk about a flatten method on our collection. So I'm going to just write print ln. So let's say I have a list which is a list of lists. So let's say I'm going to just write list here, and inside this list we have some lists. So list of lists, so like this, and this list contain 1, 2, 3, and then comma, the other list contains, let's say 3, 4, 5. So 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we have list of list here. So a method called flatten is going to just combine those lists inside that list and then give us the result. So let's just print that first, and then we will apply the flatten method on that list. So the normal result is something like this, but let's say we want to join those lists inside the list, and then we want to show the result. So we use the method called flatten, and let's see what happens when we call this method on our list of list. So you can see now we have one list, which is the combination of the element of the first list and the second list, which are two elements of the list. Okay, so flatten will just, as the name suggests, flattens the content of this list. And why I have shown you this flatten method, because I want to illustrate a method called flat map, and this flat map method acts as a shorthand to map a collection and then immediately flatten it. So let's say we have our list here defined. So I'm going to first of all just write print ln, and on that list what I want to do is, so lst, I'm going to just write lst, and then I'm going to write flat map here, and in the parenthesis what I'm going to do is I'm going to just say on every element of my list I want to just give a list. So let's say I want to just return a list with that element and that element plus 1, let's say. Okay, so let's run the code and let's see what happens. This should be print line, and let's run the code now, and you can see what happens here is we have this list. So 1 2 3 5 7 10 13, and we got a list like this. So what happened here is this method is going to give us the list of that element and then that element plus 1. So this method is applied to first element, and then we will get the first element, which is x, and then x plus 1 is 2, so we get 1 2. Then this method is applied to the second element, so we have x as 2 and x plus 1 is 3 here. That's why we get these two results. And then same, we have applied this method on 3, so we have 3 and 4, and then 5 and 6, and so on. Okay, and because we have called a flat map, because flat map act as a shorthand for map and then directly flatten that list once again, that's why we are just getting the flattened list here. Okay, if we just call the map here, so I'm going to just call a map method, then what we will get, then we will get the list which we were expecting. So if we apply dot map, then we get a list of list like this, but we apply a flat map here, so it's flat and then map, that's why it flattened the list, and then we get this result. Now at the end, let's talk about the filter method also. So I'm going to just write print ln once again, and then this filter method is generally used with a predicate. So I'm going to, let's say, list dot filter. So what is a predicate first of all? So a predicate is a function that returns a Boolean value. Okay, so generally we give a predicate as an argument of this filter. So what that means is we give a method as an argument to this filter which returns us a Boolean value. So I'm going to just write x, then rocket, and let's say we want to just check, or we want to just get all the even values out of that list. So I can just write x, then modulus 2 equals 0. And I'm going to run this code, and then this gives us only the even value out of this list, which is 2 and 10. Let's say I just want to get the odd values, so I can just write something like this, and then I will just get the odd values out of that list. So filter is always used with a predicate, and predicate is a function which will give you a boolean value. So this is how you can use map, flatten, and filter method with Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video we will talk about reduce, fold, and scan methods. All three methods we can apply on collections, and they comes in different forms. So the reduce, fold, and scan can be used as reduce left, reduce right, fold left, fold right, or scan left and scan right. In general, all six methods can be used to apply a binary operator of each element of a collection, and the result of each step is passed to the next step. Now let's talk about reduce method first of all. So reduce method takes an associative binary operator function as a parameter. So let's take an example and let's see what is the result when we apply reduce method on a list. So I have two lists here. One is the list of numbers and other is the list of alphabets. So let's use the list 2 first of all to use the reduce method. So what we can write here is the name of the list, and then let's say we want to apply a reduce left method, so we can just write dot reduce left, and what it does is we can apply, as I said, a binary operator as an argument. So here I can just give underscore plus underscore, which is going to add all the elements of this list. So let's run the code and let's see what's the result is. So the result is A, B, C, which is the concatenation of A, B, and C. Same reduce left method we can apply on the list 1 also, and the result will be the sum of all the numbers in that list. So you can see the sum of all the numbers in this list is 41, and the concatenation of all the alphabet is A, B, C in the second list. So basically what's happening here is the first two element of the list is passed here as parameter 1 and parameter 2, and then they will be added, and the result will be passed as the first argument here, and then we take the third argument, which is 3 here, as the second argument of this list, and it will go on like this. So let's do this in a more explicit way so we can see what's happening here. So we will apply the reduce left method on the list 1 itself, and instead of writing this, we can just give this function here which takes A and B, or let's say x comma y as parameters, and what it's going to give us is, first of all, it's going to print something for us. So print ln, and let's say we want to print the values of x and y. So I'm going to just write x, then plus, and then in double quotes I will give a little comma symbol, and then plus, and then y. And after that, what I want to return is the sum of x and y. So I'm going to just write x plus y here. So let's run the code and let's see what's the result is. So I'm going to run the code, and you can see now what's happening here. So as I said, the first two element of this list is passed as the first two element here, and then the sum of 1 and 2 is 3, so it's passed as the first argument of reduced left, and then the third element is 3 here, so 3 and 3, and then the sum is 6, so 6 is passed as the first argument, and the second argument is 5 here, and it will go on until we get our result. So as I said, reduce left or reduce right method takes an associative binary operator function, and then applies that on the elements of the array. So let's apply the reduce right also on the same list. So I'm going to just write reduce instead of left. I'm going to just write reduce right, and then the operation we want to perform is the same, and the answer will also be the same because we are just performing the addition. If we want to perform the subtraction, let's say, so I'm going to just first of all apply the subtraction using the reduce left, and then I'm going to apply the subtraction using the reduce right. You can see like this, and then what will happen here, you can see the answers are different because we are applying the reduce left from the left hand side and the reduce right from the right hand side. So the reduce right is applied from these two elements from the right hand side, and then the result will be fed as the first argument, and then it goes to the 7, which means the reduce right method goes from right to left. We can prove this using our method here, explicit method, and let's say we want to just apply the reduce right method, and let's say we just want to write minus here instead of plus, and I'm going to run the code, and now you can see reduce right is applied like this. So 10 and 13, which are these two, and then whatever is the result of the subtraction of these two numbers, which means 10 minus 13 is minus 3, is applied here, and then the next argument comes, which is 7, like this, and then the subtraction happens, and then argument is passed here and the next element. So this is how you can apply reduce left and reduce right to your list. Now let's talk about the fold left and fold right method. Now basically the fold left and fold right method are doing the same as reduce left and reduce right are doing, but the basic difference between reduce left and reduce right and fold left and fold right is that we can pass our initial argument in the fold left and fold right. So let's see how we can do this. So I'm going to just take the list once again, which is my list, and instead of reduce left, I'm going to just write dot fold left, and as you can see, this fold left takes initial argument. So I'm going to pass, for example, 0 here, and then it takes the same parameter as the reduce left or reduce right. So I'm going to hover over this fold left method, and you can see the signature of it. So what it takes is the start value and then the parameter, which is our binary operator. So let me run the code and let's see what the result is. So you can see the result is 41, which is same as the reduce left, but the only difference is we have passed the initial value here, which is 0. So we are adding 0 to the sum of the reduce left, let's say. Now for example, I just write 100 here and then run the code. So let's see what happens here is now my result becomes 141 because my first value is the start value. So start value is 100, and then the list elements are applied as the reduce right or reduce left element. So my first value is 100, and then comes, for example, 1 here. So 1 will be added to the 100, and then the sum will be applied to the second element, and so on. Now this will become more clear when we use this fold left function on the second list, which is the list of the characters. So I'm going to just write, let's say, z here as my first value, which is small z, and then I'm going to run the code, and you can see first of all it prints z and then the rest of the characters in the list, which is A, B and C. So basically the difference between reduce and fold is that in fold we can pass the extra element as the start value and then apply whatever operator, binary operation we want to apply on the rest of the list elements. Now at last, let's talk about the scan left and scan right method. So same as fold, the scan left and scan right takes the starting value also, and then it will apply all the binary operation on the rest of the list elements. So let's write scan left first of all. So scan left, and here also scan left. But the basic difference between fold and scan is going to give you the map of intermediate result also. So let's run the code and let's see what's the result here is. So you can see it's going to give you the map of the intermediate result also. So first of all, when we applied the scan left method on the list of numbers, then you can see the first result is 100, which is the starting value, and then the result become 101 because 1 is added to 100, and then the result becomes 103 because 2 is added to 101, which becomes 103, and it will go further. So 3 is added to 103, which makes it 106, and so on. Similarly, in the case of list of characters, first of all, our initial value is Z, so Z is printed, and then the ZA is printed because the concatenation of Z and A occurs, and then the concatenation of B occurs with ZA, which makes it ZAB, and so on. So basically, the scan is going to give you the map of intermediate results, and the last value of the scan left is the final result, as we have got with the fold or the reduce method, which is ZABC or 141. So this is how you can use reduce, fold, and scan methods in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. From this video, we will start our object-oriented programming journey in Scala, and we will start with Scala classes. Now, first of all, what are classes? So classes in Scala are the blueprint for creating object, and one object we have already seen, which is this object. So when you use this keyword before any name, this means that this is a singleton class, and that means that you cannot create an instance out of this object. But classes enables us to create an object out of them. So let's see how we can create the classes in Scala. So in order to create a class in Scala, you just need to use a keyword class and the class name, for example, user, and that's it. So this is a fully qualified class, and when you want to create an instance or object out of this class, you can just write, for example, var user is equal to new user, and that's it. So this is how you can create an instance out of class. So when we run this code, it will not give any error to us. Now let's go further and let's create a constructor in this class. So in order to create a constructor, you can just directly give these parentheses, and inside these parentheses you can define your constructor variables. So for example, var, and your variable name, for example, name, and then the data type, which is a string, for example. And let's say we want to give one more variable, which is age, and this will be an int. And as soon as you do this, you can see error appears here, because now we need to initialize our constructor, and we need to give the name and the age of this user. So for example, name is Max and the age is 28. And now this error is gone. So now when you define some constructor in your class which takes some input, you need to give that input to your class, which is like this. Now if you see this constructor carefully, I have defined these variable with var here, right? And this var means that we can override the value of name and age here. So first of all, let's say we can just use this user object, and then we can access the name member variable, and this user.name will give you max because we have initialized this member variable with this initial value. So let's see what is the content of this user.name using print line, and when I run this code, it prints max. In a similar way, when you use user.age here, it's going to print 28. Now this var in front of this variable means you can override the value of name because it's mutable. So we can do something like this. So user.name is equal to, this time we can give another name. So for example, Tom to the name, and we can also change the age of this user, and this time we are going to give 22 age here. And now when we just print the value of this user.name and user.age, then it's going to give you this result. So now this value and this age is overwritten by the new name and new age. Now on the other hand, when you use val here instead of var, and also val in front of age, then you can see that you cannot overwrite the value of name and age, and this is going to give you this error, and this error says reassignment of val, right? So reassignment of val is not possible because it's immutable. So whenever you use val here, you cannot override the value of these member variable. You can also define one member variable as val and other variable as var. For example, this is totally allowed and logical also. So you can override the value of age now, but you cannot change the value of name. Now you may also ask that why do we need this val or var? We can directly say name string and age int here instead of using var and val in front of them. And as soon as you do this, you will see that this is going to give you an error, and this error is value name is not a member of user. So whenever you define a constructor like this, you need to give var in front of your member variable or val in front of your member variable. Now you may have also learned that a member variable can be a private or a public member. So for example, we want to define this name as a private member variable, we can just add this keyword private in front of this member variable. And now this gives us error because we have defined this member variable private. You cannot access this member variable outside the class. So you can access this member variable inside the class, but outside the class, this will give us this error that you cannot access this member variable outside the class. So how we can access this member variable inside the class? You can just add these two curly brackets in front of your class definition, and then you can define a method here. So for example, we define a method called print name here. So I'm going to just write print ln, and inside the parentheses I'm going to just write name here and then close this curly bracket, and then I can use this method here in order to access the value of name. And when I run the code, this is going to give me the value of name, and I don't even need this print line now because this is printing the name value from here. So when I run the code again, you will see it will print max and the age 28. So what we have learned today, we have learned about var and val and default values. So when we define a member variable as var, then getter is available for this and setter is available for the member variable. When you define a variable as val, then getter is available for this kind of value, but setter is not available for this kind of value because you cannot
reset the value of the immutable variable, right? And by default, when you don't give any value in front of your member variable, then neither getter is available nor the setter is available for your member variable. So you cannot set the value of this member variable if this var or val is not there, and you cannot even get the value of this member variable if this var and val is not used in front of your member variable. And at last, you have seen if you define a member variable as private, then you cannot use this member variable outside the class. So inside the class, you can see it's valid to use this member variable, but outside the class, it's not allowed. So this is how you can define a simple or basic class in Scala. I hope you've enjoyed this video. In the next video, we will dive more into classes and object-oriented programming in Scala.
Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In the last video, we have seen how we can declare classes in Scala. Now in this video, I'm going to show you what is an auxiliary constructor and how to use this auxiliary constructor in Scala. But before that, I need to show you one more concept about the primary constructor, which is this constructor which we have defined in the last video. So this is called the primary constructor, which you define with your class. And in the last video, we have seen that when we add this val or var keyword, what happens. So when we add this var keyword, then your member variable have the getter and the setter for this variable. And on the other hand, when we add this val keyword in front of your member variable declaration, the getter is available for this variable, but no setter is available. So you cannot set the value for this kind of variable, but you always have the setter for these kind of values, right? And we have also learned this keyword private. So when you add this keyword private in front of your variable declaration, then you cannot use the variable outside the class, right? And I also told you that when you don't add any keyword in front of your member variable like this, then there is no getter available for your variable and there is no setter available for your value. And that also means that you cannot use this age variable, for example, outside the class. And you can see it gives us the error which says value age is not the member of user. But you can use this age member variable which doesn't have any val or var in front of it inside the class as a normal variable. So for example, I want to print the age, then I can write print age, and then I can just print the age like this. And you can use this print age here instead of using this print line. You can just write user dot print age, and this is going to print the age of the user like this. And now let's talk about the auxiliary constructors. So for this example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just use var in front of my member variables, and I'm going to remove these two methods from my class, and this also I'm going to remove. So first of all, what is an auxiliary constructor? So auxiliary constructors are the alternative constructor for a class. So let's say you want to have a default constructor which doesn't take any input, and you want to have a constructor which takes one input, which is name. So how we can define these type of constructor? So we can define these type of constructor with an auxiliary constructor, and you can define this auxiliary constructor as a method in the class with the name this. So you can just write def, and the auxiliary constructor always have the name this, which is this keyword, right? And for example, we want to define a default constructor which doesn't take any input, then you can just define this and then these parentheses, and in the curly brackets there is one condition with the auxiliary constructor. So a class can have many auxiliary constructor, but they should have different signature. So first of all, this auxiliary constructor must have different signature than all the other constructors. And the second condition is they must call the previously defined constructor. So for example, we want to define a default constructor which doesn't take any input. We need to call the constructor which is already defined. So the constructor which we have already defined is this primary constructor which takes 2 parameters. So we can call using this the default parameter here. So for example, we can give the default parameters here for the name Tom, for example, and the age 32, for example, right? So whenever you define an auxiliary constructor, you must call the previously defined constructor. Now let's say we want to have one more constructor which only takes one input. So what we can do here is we can define this kind of constructor, and here inside this new constructor we can only provide one parameter which is name. So I'm going to just write name, and this is of type string, and inside this constructor also we will call the constructor which is previously defined. So we have two options. We can either call this default constructor with no parameters here, or we can call this primary constructor with 2 parameters. So name we already have as an input parameter, and then we can provide the default age here which is 32. So you can call this primary constructor like this inside this auxiliary constructor which takes 1 parameter. Now in order to instantiate all these 3 constructor, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create 3 instances of this user class. The first instance is going to take the 2 parameters which is the primary constructor, and then the second is going to take no parameters which is going to call this default constructor with no parameters, and the third instance is going to take only 1 parameter which is going to call this auxiliary constructor which takes 1 parameter. So always remember, with primary constructors you must have different signatures for your auxiliary constructors, and you must call the previously defined constructor inside your auxiliary constructor. So this is how you can use auxiliary constructors in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn what is inheritance in Scala and how we can use inheritance in Scala. So classes in Scala can be extended, creating the classes which retains the characteristics of a base class or a superclass. This process of extending a class from another class is called inheritance. Now inheritance involves 2 types of classes. One is called superclass and the other is called subclass. The subclass inherits the member of superclass, on top of which it can add its own members. So let me give you an example. So let's say we have a series of classes to describe the kind of polygons. One class is rectangle and other class is triangle. Now we can define this polygon as a superclass and rectangle and the triangle as its subclasses. So rectangle is going to extend from this polygon class and triangle is going to extend from the polygon class also. So this is called the superclass here, which is polygon, and the rectangle and the triangle classes are called subclasses. Now these subclasses are going to retain some characteristics from this polygon class, and in addition they can define their own member variables and member method. Now the question arises when you can use inheritance. Now when there is a relationship between subclass and superclass which satisfies is a keyword, then you can use inheritance. So for example, rectangle is a polygon Also, triangle is a polygon. In other cases, for example, you can define a shape class as a superclass, and then you can define a rectangle and circle and other shapes as its subclasses. Now, in this scenario, what is the common properties which are possessed by the rectangle and the triangle? The common property here is the area of both of them. So we can define this area in the polygon class, which is our superclass, and then we can override this area method inside the rectangle class and the triangle class. Now, enough of the theory. Let's go to the practical example and let's see how we can recreate this example using our Scala program. So for that, I'm going to create a new Scala project. So new Scala project, and the name of the project I'm going to give as Scala classes, and then I'm going to click finish, which is going to create my Scala classes project. Now in here, in this project, you will see that there is a source directory. So we are going to first of all create a package here. So just right click on the source and then just choose new and then click on package, and the package name which we want to give here is inheritance, let's say, and I'm going to click finish here, which is going to create this package. Now inside this inheritance package, I'm going to create three classes. One is the polygon class. So let me create first class, which is polygon class, which is a super class in our case. And then I'm going to create a second class, which is a rectangle class, which is a subclass. And the third class I'm going to create here is going to be called a triangle class. So I'm going to just choose new Scala class and the triangle class. So now we have three classes here. One is polygon, other is rectangle, and third is triangle. So let's just go to the polygon class first of all, and in here we can define a common method which is area. So I'm going to just write def area, which is going to return double value, and I'm going to initialize this area with 0.0, for example. So the default value of area will be 0. Now here we also need a main method for our project. So what we are going to do is we are going to just write object polygon, and then we will define the main method inside this polygon object. And inside this main method, we can just call this polygon class. So for example, we can just define var poly is equal to new polygon. So up to here, you already know how classes work and how you can create an instance out of class. Now we will define a method inside this object, which is going to be called print area, which is going to print the area of the class which is given to it. And as a parameter, we are going to pass the class instance. So for example, p, and p is going to be of type polygon. And inside this print area function, we are going to just use print ln method, and then using this p instance of polygon class, we can print the area of that class. So now when we call this print area inside our main method, and when we pass this poly instance to this method, and when we run this program, so I'm going to right click and then I'm going to just click run as Scala application and click OK, which is going to run this application, and it prints 0.0, which is an expected result because we have initialized the initial value of area as 0.0. Now let's go to our rectangle class, and in order to inherit the characteristics of polygon class, we need to use extends keyword here, and we need to extend from the polygon class. Okay, so here polygon is a superclass and rectangle is a subclass, and rectangle is inheriting from the polygon class. In a similar way, we can also go to the triangle class and we can extend here from the polygon class, which means triangle is extending from polygon, which means that triangle is inheriting the characteristics from the polygon class. And if you notice, I haven't added any method or any member variable till now into my triangle class or the rectangle class. Now let's go to the polygon class, and here we are going to create an instance of our rectangle class. So we are going to just write var rect is equal to new rectangle, and this time we are going to use this rectangle class instead of this poly into our print area function. And when we run the code, the result will be same. And why is that? Because there is no area method inside the rectangle class, because it's inheriting from the polygon class. So this area method in the rectangle class is available from the polygon class. So that's why it's not giving us error, because rectangle is inheriting from the polygon class, and that means all the public members of the polygon class are also available inside the rectangle class. So we can call from the rectangle instance the area method which is there in the super class. Now in order to make this code little bit logical, we can just add a method area into this rectangle class. So I'm going to just define area method into this rectangle class, which is going to give us the double value. And area of rectangle is what? Multiplication of width and the height, right? So we need to somehow provide the width and height to this rectangle class, and this we can do from the primary constructor. So I'm going to just write var width, which is going to be of type double, height, which is also going to be of type double. So from the primary constructor, we are going to provide the width and height for this area method. Now if you see carefully, this gives us error, because there is a rule when you are extending in Scala, which is method overriding requires a special keyword which is override. That means you need to write a keyword called override here in order to override the method into your rectangle class. So here in your rectangle class, you are overriding the area method from the polygon class. And when you go to the polygon class, this rectangle will give error because we need to now give the width and height here. So let's say we will just give 55.2 as width and then 20.0 as height, and you can see now the error is gone. So we can run the program, and now it gives us the multiplication of width and height, which is 1104. The same we can do in the triangle class also. So we are going to use the primary constructor, which takes width and height, and then area here will be, first of all, we need to override define area, and then we are going to just say that this area is double. And what is the area of a triangle? It's the multiplication of width and height divided by 2. So I'm going to just write width multiplied by height divided by 2, which is going to give the area of the triangle. So let's use this triangle and create an instance out of this triangle. So I'm going to just write var tri is equal to new triangle, and this also takes 2 parameters, width and height. So let's give the same parameter here, 55.2 as width and 20.0 as the height, and we will use the print area method once again, and this time we will pass the instance of triangle into this print area class, and we are going to run our code, which is going to give exactly half the area of the rectangle. So this is how you can use inheritance in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, we will discuss about abstract classes in Scala. But before understanding what are abstract classes and how do we use them, first of all, let's discuss why do we use them and what is the requirement.
So in the last video, I have shown you how to use inheritance in Scala. Now we have created three classes. One is a polygon class, and other is the rectangle, and the third class was the triangle class, in which polygon class was our superclass and the other two classes were our subclasses. Now if you see here, in the last video we were able to instantiate our superclass and we were able to call a method area from this superclass. But when you think once again, what is the need of instantiating this superclass? Because it's not doing any logical thing. It's just printing the area, which is the default area, which is 0. So somehow we want to restrict the instantiation of this superclass, right? So one need is we want to restrict the instantiation of the superclass. Now the second thing is, for example, I go to this rectangle method and I remove this override method for the area. Now this class is useless because it's not giving us the area of the rectangle which we want, right? Now when we go to the polygon class once again and instantiate this class as we have done here, which is var rect is equal to new rectangle, and width and height we have given in the constructor input, right? Now when we use this method, which is print area, it's going to call the area method from this rect instance. But we have already removed this area method, so this area will be called from this superclass, which is going to give us 0. So let's run the code and you can see in the result we get 0.0. And that's also not logical, because if somebody is using your rectangle class as a package and he gives these two values 55 and 20 for example, and he gets the result 0.0, which is not logical. So we want to somehow guarantee the implementation of this area method inside this rectangle class, right? So there are two requirements. One is that we don't want this superclass to be instantiated, and the other requirement is we want somehow that this area method should be implemented or must be implemented in every case, and that's where the abstract classes comes in. So first of all, what are abstract classes? So an abstract class is a class which cannot be instantiated. An abstract class is used by creating an inheriting subclass that can be instantiated, right? So you cannot directly instantiate the abstract class. You need to create a subclass out of your superclass, and then using subclass you can instantiate that subclass. Now an abstract class does few things for inheriting subclasses. First of all, it defines the method which can be used by the inheriting subclasses. Now the next is, an abstract class may or may not contain an abstract method. And what is an abstract method? The method which doesn't have any body is called an abstract method. But if the class has at least one abstract method, then the class must be declared abstract. Now when a class contains an abstract method, it must be implemented in the subclasses. The next point is, an abstract class provides a common interface which allows the subclass to be interchanged with all the other subclasses, which is inheritance basically. So let's see how we can define an abstract class, and let's see how we can use an abstract class. So in order to define an abstract class, you just need to add a keyword called abstract in front of your class. And as soon as you add this abstract keyword, you can see here we get an error, and this error says that polygon is an abstract class and it cannot be instantiated. So one problem is solved for us. So this polygon class, when it's declared abstract, it cannot be instantiated. Now the second problem was we have to make sure that this area method is implemented. So this can be solved when we define an abstract method inside our abstract class. So how to define an abstract method? You can define an abstract method by not providing the body for this abstract method like this. So I haven't provided any body to this method, and this means that this is an abstract method. And now when I remove this area method from the subclass, which is rectangle, you can see it's giving us this error. So now the compiler will complain and it says class rectangle needs to be abstract since method area in class polygon of type double is not defined. So this abstract method makes sure that we must implement the area method inside the subclasses. So this is how you can use abstract classes in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, we will talk about lazy evaluation in Scala. So first of all, what is lazy evaluation? So according to Wikipedia, a lazy evaluation is an evaluation strategy which delays the evaluation of an expression until its value is needed. Now most languages are strict languages like Java, and that means they compute the value of an expression immediately. But there are some languages like Haskell uses lazy evaluation. That means every expression's evaluation waits for its first use. And there are third type of languages like Scala, which are strict by default, but they can be lazy if explicitly specified for a given variable or a parameter. So Scala supports strict evaluation as well as lazy evaluation when needed. So let's take an example and let's see how we can use lazy evaluation in Scala. So for that, I'm going to open the Scala interpreter, and you can right click on your project and then go to Scala and then choose create Scala interpreter, and it's going to open the Scala interpreter here. Till now we have seen that we can declare a variable like this, and then when I press enter, it's evaluated immediately and its value is printed here. And you can see as soon as you declare this value, 9 is assigned to this variable e here. Now how to use lazy evaluation for the same kind of expression? So you can use a keyword lazy in front of your expression, and then you can just declare it as it is. So for example, I'm going to just write lazy val L is equal to 9 and then press enter. Now this time you can see the value 9 is not directly assigned to the variable L. Instead, Scala tells us that this is a lazy evaluation and value 9 will be assigned to L whenever it will be used somewhere. So for example, I write L here and then press enter. You can see now it returns 9. So whenever a lazy evaluation is used for the first time, then only it's initialized. In the normal strict evaluation, whenever you just declare this variable, at the same time 9 is assigned to e and you can access the value of e at any time. Let's take one more example, and this time we are going to declare a class. So we are going to declare two classes. First class, I'm going to name it as strict, and then we are going to once again declare a variable e is equal to also I'm going to declare a second class, and I'm going to name this class as lazy eval this time, and then I'm going to use the keyword lazy in front of this variable. Let's call it L, and now I can initialize these both classes in my main function. And let's run the code and let's see what happens now. So you can see only strict is printed and lazy is not printed because this variable L inside lazy evaluation class is lazy. That's why it will be evaluated when this variable L from class Lazy eval will be used for the first time. So now let's print the value of the X instance and the Y instance. So I'm going to just write and let's run the code once again, and you can see this time it has printed strict 9, which is obvious because as soon as you declare a variable, this value will be assigned. But second, because you already know that until the L is called, this value will not be evaluated. Now, lazy evaluation can also be achieved by using call by name parameter. So a method in Scala can accept call by name parameters, and the value of these parameters will be evaluated whenever it will be used within the method. So let me give you this example. So I'm going to remove these classes and the instantiation of these classes, and I'm going to declare two methods here. So let me define method 1. Now let me define another method which I will call method 2, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add this simple arrow here, which means that this method is a call by name parameter method, and then I'm going to just write method 2 here. So let's use these two methods. So I'm going to declare one more method, and this method I'm going to name it as add, and what it does is it takes two parameters, and here I'm going to just write print ln, and inside the double quote I'm going to just write add, and then at last I'm going to return a plus b, and at last we are going to pass this add variable to the both methods. So and let's run the code once again, and you can see the results here. So first of all, we have called the first method, which is a normal method. So as soon as you pass this method with these two values, this print line is called, and this addition of a plus b goes as a parameter of method 1, and method 1 is printed, and the value of a plus b is printed, which is 11. On the other hand, when you declare this method using call by value parameter, then first of all this line is printed, because until the value n is accessed for the first time, it will not be evaluated, right? So once the value is called for the first time, then add is printed, and then the result is printed. So this is how you can use lazy evaluation in Scala. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Scala tutorial for beginners. In this video, we will discuss about what are traits in Scala and how do we use traits in Scala. But first of all, we need to understand some basic things about Scala. And the first thing is Scala doesn't allow multiple inheritance from more than one class. Now for this demonstration, I will be using the example which I have shown you in the last few videos, where I have shown you this polygon class, which is a superclass, and there are two classes which are inheriting from this superclass, which are rectangle class and the triangle class. And the rectangle and triangle class were our subclasses which are inheriting the public properties from the polygon class. So let's go to our polygon class first of all, and let's say this is our abstract class, and we will create one more abstract class, and we will say this class name will be shape, because rectangle is a shape and triangle is also a shape. That means both these rectangle and the triangle class can inherit from the shape class also. So let's try to do this. So I'm going to go to the rectangle class, which already extends from the polygon class, and if you want to do multiple inheritance in Scala, you can just say with and then give the another class name, which is shape here. Now as soon as you do this, Scala will complain and it says shape needs to be a trait to be mixed in. Okay, so it turns out that Scala doesn't allow multiple inheritance from more than one class. So you cannot inherit from two classes at the same time. Now in order to understand traits, we also need to understand the concept of interfaces,
which is used in Java and a number of other languages. And what's our interface? An interface describes a set of methods and properties that an implementing class must have, right? So other languages like Python and C++ doesn't need interfaces because they have the concept of multiple inheritance. But multiple inheritance is subject to a diamond problem, which is a well-known problem when you use multiple inheritance. So to avoid the complexity and bugs that flows from multiple inheritance, the designer of Java decided not to use multiple inheritance, and instead they decided to use the interfaces. So what are traits? Traits in Scala are partially implemented interfaces. So let's see how we can define a trait, and then we will see more properties about traits. So to define a trait, you can use a keyword trait instead of this class. So you can just write trait here, which is a keyword, and there are certain properties which are related to traits. So traits may contain abstract and non-abstract method. It's possible that traits can contain all the method which are abstract, but it's not possible to use the method which are all non-abstract method in trait. So at least one method in trait should be an abstract method. So we have defined this trait called shape now, and now we will try to inherit in our rectangle class from this class shape. And you can see this error is gone, which was previously shown to us due to the problem with the multiple inheritance. So it's not possible to inherit from multiple classes in Scala, but it's possible to inherit from one class. It can be an abstract class, it can be a normal class, and it's possible to inherit from multiple traits. So as you can see here, we are extending from our abstract class, which is polygon, and we are inheriting from a trait called shape. If you have multiple traits, you can inherit like this. So you can use keyword width, and then you can use shape, and then once again width, and then you can use another trait, and then once again use width, and then you can use another trait here. So now in my trait shape, I can have a method. Let's say this method is a color method, and this returns a string value. So I'm going to just write string here, and then I can inherit this shape class in my rectangle as well as in the triangle. And when I compile this, it will give me an error because I haven't implemented the color method right inside the rectangle subclass and the triangle subclass. So I need to override the method color because it's an abstract method, right? So I'm going to just write color, which is going to return the string value, and what it returns, let's say the rectangle returns the color red. And in the same way, we will override this color method inside the triangle class also, and we will say that triangle color is green. Now we can call this color method from these two instances which we have created in the last videos. So I'm going to use this rectangle instance in order to call the color method. So I'm going to just write. In the same way, I can use this color method using the triangle instance also, and let me run the code. And now it prints first of all the area of rectangle and the color of rectangle, and the area of triangle and the color of triangle. Now it turns out that you can avoid using override keyword whenever you are overriding the method from a trait. So you can remove this override keyword from color, and also from triangle color method also you can remove this keyword override. And I'm going to run the program, and it still prints this area and the color of rectangle and triangle. So you can use the override keyword and it will not give you any problems, or you can avoid override keyword when you are inheriting from a trait. So in this way you can use traits in Scala. I hope you've enjoyed this video.